Good afternoon. I'd like to kind of set the agenda for today, this afternoon. We're going to have a couple of changes, so let me go through it. For those of you that are looking at the one page talking with our agenda, discussion topics, and executive sessions, we're going to go with number 1 and 2. Then we're going to ask number 7, which is the Irving Hispanic Chamber, to make their presentation. And then we'll call for an executive session. So I'm kind of putting everybody in notice. All right, at this time, Madam Secretary, do you have any citizen comments?
No, sir. No, sir.
Okay, thank you. Second, city operations update. City Manager Hillman.
Thank you, Mayor. Appreciate that. Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. We have Saul here with last month on ICTN. Saul.
Good afternoon, everybody. Saul Garza, Communications Manager, sitting in for April Riling. This past month, our department and ICTN is pleased to promote a wide variety of things, including the new Irving Connector, a new flower shop in town, and other fun entertainment happening in Irving. So with that, here is last month on ICTN for the month of May.
Your ICTN team produced 38 videos in the month of May. The Irving City Council voted to enter into a contract with Via Transportation to provide a transit option for Irving residents affected by the discontinuation of DART bus routes 225 and 255.
We are having cirque performers along with several singers in our Irving Symphony Orchestra performing all of wonderful rock and roll hits.
People love this park. You know, you look at the usage out there, it's easy to tell that it is a heavily used park. What we're looking for is exactly what improvements are essential to them.
We've always been really crafty independently, and then together we would have like craft parties. And flowers, man, we just want to play with flowers all day.
Most people, you know, they see the fire department driving down the street. We wanted a program where we could just be out here, answer some questions, and see how we do our things.
I am most looking forward for audiences to see the Seven Dwarves, because I just think that all of the dancers who play those roles do a fantastic job embodying the characters.
Very good. I just learned that today. Oh my goodness, a lot of fun. I really enjoyed the Golden Sneaker Games.
You always approach the resident, the owner or tenant, on the basis that they may not be aware of the violation. So you come as to educate and to inform.
The students want to be seen and they want to believe that someone believes in them.
Just to know they have my back, they want best for me, I want best for us too.
I wear my Purple Heart hat only once a year, and it's on Memorial Day. And it's because there are those that have received the Purple Heart that are not with us.
Stay up to date by subscribing to our YouTube channel at youtube.com/The City of Irving.
Thank you.
Thank you. I think we have a representative of the Irving Hispanic Chamber that will be presenting your mid-year fiscal update. Am I correct?
Yes, you are.
Okay. Thank you. Welcome.
Thank you so much. Well, good afternoon, Mayor Alzapanta. Honorable Mayor Alzapanta.
You may want to bring the microphone
to the
a little bit
There you
closer
go.
there.
Thank you.
I thought my voice was enough. But let me start again. Good afternoon, Honorable Mayor Alzapanta, City Council members, and City Manager Chris Hillman. Thank you for the opportunity to present the Irving Hispanic Chamber of Commerce mid-fiscal year report. So through these.
Can you please introduce yourself?
Oh, yes,
Thank
I have
you.
an entire slide on that.
All
I was
right.
waiting for that. I have to do a grand entrance, but I will. Anyway, so I am Carmen Guzman. I'm the interim president CEO for the Hispanic Chamber of Commerce, 2 months. So take it easy on me. So the Chamber definitely remains committed to the City of Irving's economic development goals by serving Hispanic-owned, minority-owned, small and emerging businesses throughout our community. So what this report will do today is highlight the progress across the City of Irving's economic development services area. I'm going to demonstrate how our work aligns with the city's strategic priorities for business growth, retention, entrepreneurship, and engagement. And I guess I get to not move from here. Can we go to the next slide? I don't know how to work this thing. Oh, this one? There. Ta-da! So, as the interim and CEO, I'm honored to lead the organization during this important period of growth and certainly transition. I bring more than 35 years of experience in public policy and finance, economic development, and business growth. My background includes entrepreneurship, strategic planning, business development, and also educational leadership. I've worked in 3 major school districts, which include New York City, San Francisco, and then Dallas. That's what brought me here. I couldn't get here quick enough. So, but having worked I've also worked in Irving for 20 years, and that was for a charter school, leading and creating educational programs for pre-K students, and then managing the Spanish language department for translations. So I'd like to tell people I am biliterate. They're like, what is that? I read it, I write it, I speak it, so you can't get anything by me. So having worked for more than 20 years in Irving, I've also served more than a decade in the chamber as a board member. I recently stepped down as vice president of the executive board, and I understand both the needs of our business community and the opportunities available through partnership with the city. So our focus here at the chamber remains simple. We want to connect businesses with resources and opportunities that strengthen Irving's economy and expand economic opportunities for all. So the chamber serves as an economic development partner for the city. We want to be stronger in that area. And we're supporting 5 key service areas that align with the city's priority vis-a-vis the contract that we have. And this afternoon, I would like to briefly highlight our progress, impact, and the priority moving forward. Let me see. Perfect. So this is our economic development service areas and the performance measures. And I know you may have questions about the percentages. I wanted to keep it clean. I can certainly back up all this documentation. We have it ready at your disposal. We just have to clean it up a little because I've been here 2 months digging through files and things like that. But nonetheless, if you ask me about any section of our contract, I can tell you because I've been with that thing for a month, day in and day out. So in the first category, it's about the Hispanic and minority-owned businesses. So currently, I'm glad to say that we are at 94% completion of our priority to the Hispanic and minority-owned businesses. And those efforts include providing information, referral, business guidance, connecting business owners with resources that help them navigate through opportunities. We do that in various ways that will be identified throughout this presentation. But when they come to the office, when they call, if we're attending any networking events, we are definitely representing not only Irving, but of course, we're representing Irving through the Hispanic Chamber of Commerce, and we're proud of that. I am certainly has been here as long as I have. The second area, as you can see, is, let me cover point number 2. So point number 2 is a survey which we have designed, and we will be distributing that here within the next month, and I will definitely be more than happy to provide that information to City Council and City Mayor as well. So the second category is our business and retention expansion. And the 50% represents exactly that, 50% of our responsibility there, which is to host a number of events and also to count the number of attendees that we've had, and we have actually surpassed the 100% capacity, but that's my way of bragging. I didn't want to put 180%, but that's what we've done. Our events are pretty well attended, and what we want to do moving forward is ensuring that they add more impact and more relevancy to the people who attend. So it's going to be more targeted programming. And so the rest of the information certainly supports that. So we're doing pretty well in that area. The vision that we have with the strong board members that we have is to really create programs that are more evident and really show the resources that Irving as a city has for not only Hispanic and minority-owned businesses, but for the rest of the business community. We definitely want to continue to be a stronger partner in that area. So moving into marketing, and this is the only slide that's going to have all this information. I'm pretty proud of it. So for marketing and communications, we know we definitely have to be stronger in that area, especially with social media and how we can collect and distribute information. But nonetheless, we have been able to complete 68%. We actually are pretty confident that we'll get this done by the summer with more numbers. So obviously, we're keeping logs of our emails. The telephone is a little bit, we haven't done well keeping those phone logs, but moving forward, we will be intentional with everything. So everything that is on this page will definitely have all the numbers. I do have the documentation here, but again, it's pretty voluminous, and I was told to keep it brief in terms of the volume of information. So yes, and we are working closely actually with the Minority Women's Business Enterprise Program. We have a workshop set up next month in July to bring in specific businesses that can really engage in that program because it's pretty intense, and we want to make sure that when we have our events, it's not just people coming and collecting information. We really expect people to walk away from there hopefully identifying a contract or definitely identifying the next level of preparation to participate. We do have 6 businesses in the pipeline for that. We're required to have 4, but again, we want to do a little bit more, significantly more than that. And so for the next 2, 3.2, 3, and 2 and 4 is providing information. It's an ongoing thing, so we do have a wall of information at our chamber. But again, when members come in, we do avail them of the links and the information to make sure that they are meeting the requirements of the city. Yes, and of course, I really do love to provide feedback, so that will be one of the things I do with 1, 3, 2, 4. We're looking forward to making sure that the program is more effective in reaching the minority-owned businesses, and so we're going to be really working together. I'm thinking of putting together a committee so we can really have that exchange be more palpable. So moving on to section number 4, entrepreneurship, small business services. Again, so for that category, we have 50%, meaning that we've put together 5 programs for entrepreneurs with training. I have all that information, all the numbers, and I will be providing that to you. And it's also the same for the second one, is keeping a number, counting the number of people who participate. So we have that as well. It's been quite over 100. We've had 110 for that, but I'll get that to you. We've put together some really dynamic small business summit here. We've done one a couple of months ago. We're going to do another one. And we've also partnered with the Regional Hispanic Chamber Association as sponsors. And we were also a sponsor at the recent discussion with the DFW International CEO, fantastic individual. And we will be doing special programming with them. They have called me and want to do something more concentrated in Irving. So I anticipate that being for the entire city, not only for us, because everybody can benefit from it, and establish more partnerships. And let's see. And for 4423 and 4424, I'm in discussions with Dr. Smith And also, I have a contact over at Irving ISD, and we need to really take a closer look at these programs because of the changes that have occurred. So as soon as I have that, I'll let you know exactly what that looks like as well. So I'll have a follow-up report to this. And then what's very interesting to us is the growth in South Irving, to grow South Irving and the Heritage District, and we're trying to see how we can do better at that, besides just giving people information of what's happening in these areas. I know for 5.22, we're looking at two different events. We're looking at a business summit specifically for the businesses here, but we also would like to see if we can put together like a business street festival and have it out in the street. So I'll be reaching out to anyone who's interested. I already have a couple of people in mind. What I want to take the time to do now is brag about our awesome board. I think you recognize a fellow there. And also with the chair, Emma Trevino is the Vice President of Operations for Ser Nacional and is a public, private, nonprofit organization and is nationwide. And her forte is workforce development. So we're going to see how we can partner with her. Oh, by the way, they're also housed here in Irving. So we're pretty proud of that. She's very involved, an awesome individual. Let's see, did I skip something here? Let me just get to this. So what I want to say about these folks is I really don't want to mince my words. So the chamber is being guided by a dedicated executive board and board of directors whose collective experience span from workforce development, financial services, healthcare, marketing, entrepreneurship, community engagement, and economic development. These accomplished leaders provide strategic oversight, financial stewardship, industry expertise, and community communications that strengthen our ability to serve the Irving Hispanic Hispanic and minority-owned businesses and business at large in general. So their professional network and their leadership help expand the chamber's reach while creating strong connections between businesses, community organizations, public and private sector partners, and we are definitely advancing opportunities for economic growth, collaboration, and community impact throughout Irving. So together, as you can see, let me go to the next one, because then we have our Board of Trustees. They represent the diversity, talent, and entrepreneurial spirit that makes Irving one of the strongest business communities in North Texas, and we hope to do more there. And this will be how we are going to continue to service the contract. These are the areas that we've identified that we want to focus on. Of course, is complete the business needs assessment. We want to create several of those assessments so that we can report on the different level of businesses that we have, from startups to mid-size, because we have them all in the chamber. And so as we look forward to the second half of the fiscal year, our priorities remain closely aligned with the city's economic development objectives. Our focus will be on completing the business needs assessment, increasing participation in city and chamber business programs, and expanding access to technical assistance for Hispanic and minority-owned businesses. We will continue strengthening relationships with existing businesses. We also want to identify opportunities for retention and expansion, and also connecting business owners with available city and partner resources. So in the area of marketing and communication, we will like to increase awareness of city services, to include the incredible vendor opportunities that MWBE provides, and the economic development programs through both digital and community outreach. That's going to be our biggest, not our biggest challenge, but we are redesigning everything that comes out of the chamber because I think it's time. It doesn't really reflect the professionalism of the board members that we have, and it certainly does not reflect the type of small businesses that we are currently recruiting and making members. So we definitely want to make sure that we provide them the service that they need through the membership and also with the resources that the city has. And of course, we also plan to host additional entrepreneurial training opportunities. We're going to partner with Emma and certainly leverage programs that currently exist. We are working more closely with SCORE I'm working to design a program, a series of sessions in Spanish for the Spanish language community. Certainly, it's going to be bilingual. We definitely want to focus on the Spanish community, Spanish-speaking community. And so our intentions are more targeted. I'm excited about this opportunity. I've been here for a pretty long time, and I get to call some of the shots while I'm here. And I'm looking forward to working closely with everyone in this room, getting to know your agenda and see how not only myself, the board, but our members can help the city move forward in its efforts. And so on behalf of the Irving Hispanic Chamber of Commerce, the board of directors, and our members, thank you. Thank you for your continued support. I can't say that enough. And the resources that you provide have done so much for us to expand our program on the chamber side. So the accomplishments that we have here, in my opinion, they do demonstrate the value that we want to continue to provide, but we do want to do next level servicing and everything next level for us from the base that we've been given. And together, we're certainly helping access resources. We are partnering with several people. I have to brag about something that took place for our members. We do have to brag more about our members and the successes that we have, but we certainly look forward to our collaboration to expand economic opportunity and definitely foster business growth and create lasting impact throughout our community. So I certainly want to thank you for your support. I want to brag about two of our businesses that were selected to be recipients of the HBS, is Hispanic Business Salute. It's a collaborative effort between Telemundo, the Dallas Cowboys, and UPS, and they've asked 3 Hispanic chambers, that would be the Greater Dallas Hispanic Chamber of Commerce, the Fort Worth Chamber of Commerce, and us. And what they do is identify one business from each to provide this $6,000 grant. They got a plaque recognized, they got a nice little commercial, and during Hispanic Heritage game during the Dallas Cowboys, they get recognized. But what I want to brag about is that Irving was the only one to have 2 of our businesses selected. And to boot, they want me to join them as a representative of this city to help them restructure the program in terms of how they bring and identify small businesses. So I'm proud of that, and you will be seeing and hearing about them when we get our social media up and running. We're having some technical difficulties, but it's been my pleasure standing here before you today. I made it, and I really want to say thank you on behalf of the board. And if you have any questions, I would be more than happy to answer. Just know that a follow-up documentation is coming up to these percentages.
Thank you, Carmen. Any comments or questions from any of the members? Carmen, let me, I know you just stepped into this role in the last couple of months, and I know there's been changes, and I appreciate what you did to kind of review a lot of the information that I think we all are comfortable with. But I would request that you think about coming back within the next 90 days before September and put some numbers together.
Yes.
And let us know what kind of staff that you have, because you've gone through some changes, and I don't want to put it on you. But I think it'd be really good that you work with, I think, our Assistant City Manager, Sanders, to try to help set a
Hello,
date.
Mrs. Sanders.
Probably prior to September 1st.
Yes.
And just kind of give you a chance to get yourself in gear, but come back with the kind of return on our investment with you all, not so that we have numbers and we understand what kind of staff that you've now been able to put together. And we recognize that there's been changes, and so we'd like to hear from you as soon as you can get back to us, okay?
Absolutely. Thank you. And for the veterans in the house, thank you for your service. Any more questions?
Real quick.
Oh, hey,
Yes,
hi.
go ahead.
So
Usually you address the chair first.
Oh, thank you, Chair. Thank you for, doing this presentation, and appreciate you meeting with me also. We talked about doing more awareness on some of the tools that are available to small businesses. So I'm happy to partner with you on that, and I believe, we met with Mara and Beth as well. So I think if we can kind of create some kind of program where we can help Hispanic businesses and businesses of minority and business at large, make them aware of all the tools that are available to them to make them more successful. As a small business owner myself, I can tell you that there's no tougher time than right now for smaller businesses to thrive. And I think City has done a phenomenal job making some tools available. We just need to raise more awareness of that.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you, definitely. I will take you up on that offer. Yeah, we'd like to do something back to basics. We're finding that something is lost in that translation, and it's just a lot of information. And yes, I really look forward to doing this program, and thank you for offering, and welcome to City Council. You're welcome.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Oh, excuse me, Mark.
Seeing that the work is that you're doing, especially to support small businesses, I think that's an extremely important role that's needed in Irving. So to call it the Irving Hispanic Chamber, it seems like you're doing much more than that. So the tag always seems strange to me, and even Category 1, Hispanic and minority-owned business. I mean, well, why is Hispanic singled out? I mean, there's an historical reason for it. Frankly, I don't know what it is, but and maybe there's you said, you talked about this awards that were given for Hispanic-owned businesses, and there's Hispanic chambers throughout the Metroplex. I went to an event just a couple weeks ago. Dennis was there, and so I guess I don't in my mind, I struggle trying to understand conceptually why it's Irving Hispanic Chamber when I totally get that supporting small businesses is a unique role for it that is needed, and but beyond that, I don't understand really.
Okay, I can give you what I consider the most simplistic answer is that this is the way the contract was drawn up for us. And you're right, we do service more than Hispanic businesses. We do service African-American businesses, and we do have white businesses as well. So it's a historic thing, right? We're in the last year of this contract. I believe this may be the third or the fourth one, and it's the way the language is in the contract. But this is, so I wanted to speak specifically to that because, right, I'm being held to this. But the truth of the matter is that we are serving the community at large. With the partnerships that we are about to encounter, it's going to be larger than Hispanic, yeah. Mm-hmm.
All right, well, yeah, thank you for that. I guess I want to try to continue to understand that more, so I'll work on that. Thank you.
Yes. And I do believe that this contract was given to the chamber because it's one of the few Hispanic formal organizations. And so I guess at that point, we do realize that a lot of the material is not in Spanish, and sometimes the message may be delivered differently. When you're speaking with someone in Spanish, someone may prefer to have the information in Spanish, but what we do is bilingual. But what we like to do with SCORE is really take a look at, so who are the folks that need this service? So what we'd like to do is identify who they are and what the need is and serve it if we can. And then, but of course, we're not neglecting anybody else. I just believe, as you said, because we have Hispanic in the name, that we have to service the community.
Right, yeah, you're performing different services, and then Hispanic community is part of it, broader minority community is part of it, small businesses are part of it. But then the name over all of it is the Irving Hispanic Chamber, which doesn't seem to follow.
As you can see by our board members.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah. Yes, you're welcome.
Okay. Thank you, Carmen.
Thank
Appreciate
you.
it.
Thank
We'll
you,
look forward to
Mayor
see you
Zapata.
back here, okay?
Yeah. Oh,
All right. Thank you.
You're stuck with me.
At this time, we're going to move into executive session. So our city attorney, Kaya, would you read us in?
Yes, sir. Happy to do so. The Irving City Council will convene into a closed executive session to discuss economic development negotiations, receive legal advice, discuss real estate negotiations as well. And this is pursuant to Open Meetings Act sections 551.087, 551.072, and 551.071.
A sign of restored access to public transit routes in Irving. Beginning on June 10th, large vans like these will replicate the service of the discontinued DART bus routes 225 and 255. Irving Connector routes 225 and 255 will operate daily from 5 a.m. to midnight, and the first 2 weeks are free through June 24th. City crews are installing signs at service stops. Here's a glance at what the transit routes will look like. Beginning on July 6th, the loop at Las Colinas will begin service to help you get around the Urban Center. To learn more about the Irving Connector by VIA, visit irvingtx.gov/transit. From the charming canals of Amsterdam to the crowded streets of Tokyo and bustling Buenos Aires, soccer fans from across the globe will soon descend upon North Texas for the 2026 FIFA World Cup.
The hype is just getting there now. This is the largest sporting events in the whole world.
Colleen Rickenbacker has more than 4 decades of experience in the travel and tourism industry.
Thank you. I know it's just 2 words, that's all you have to say, but please make it a point to try to say it in their language.
And now she has a unique task, helping prepare North Texas hotels and other hospitality businesses for the influx of international guests, including a recent stop at the Irving Convention Center.
I hope that they smile. I hope they make them feel welcome. I hope that they show them what North Texas is all about.
In a few weeks, areas like this will be packed with international visitors. And if you're talking with your hands as much as I like to do, well, that could get me a cultural red card.
No more point. You know, that's very insulting to many countries, most of the countries. So for 39 days, I want you to take all these gestures, roll them up in a ball, throw them away, and keep your hands at your side.
Point taken. As Colleen hopes to ensure the World Cup is a memorable month, both on and off the pitch.
These people that are coming here spend a lot of money to come here, just for the transportation, for the hotels or lodging, and then definitely for the tickets. So I just think that if they can walk away and say this was the best experience I've ever had in my life, then we've done our job.
A true golazo, as Irving soon becomes an international hub for fans of the footy. Robert Cheek for City Source.
Fresh flowers. A new shop in downtown Irving has your floral needs and a little something extra at Southern Petals and Pour.
We do event space rentals and we do flower bars, so a little bit of everything.
Storied music. The Lone Star Youth Orchestra concludes their 27th season with an unforgettable concert featuring the winners of their annual concerto competition.
Supporting the arts is just so amazing and it's so important. You just have to come out and really feel the music.
Righteous comedy. Ancient gods bring divine chaos to modern life in Main Stage's newest production, The Gods of Comedy.
It's like a weird version of the Odyssey featuring a woman instead of the epic story of Odysseus.
And in Feature Flicks, I review the action-packed sequel to the sci-fi adventure, Mortal Kombat 2, starring Carl Urban.
I really don't feel comfortable hitting a girl.
Don't worry. You won't.
Yo, send me back. I want to go back.
Hello everyone, welcome to Irving Spotlight. I'm Susan Stevens. We begin tonight with the flourishing business. Southern Petals and Pour is a gathering place for creativity and community. They offer flower arrangements for any occasion, along with some sips and brews. The Irving Hispanic Chamber of Commerce celebrates the opening of this new local favorite. A blooming business.
We are a floral shop
with childhood roots.
We've been best friends for over 30 years.
Lori Herrera, Norma Argueta, and Hope Escamilla are lifelong friends who are making their dream become a reality.
It was a big leap of faith.
Yes.
That's all it was, leap of faith.
And today, they are celebrating the official ribbon cutting with the Irving Hispanic Chamber of Commerce for their new shop, Southern Petals and Pour. Located in downtown Irving, Southern Petals and Pour is a full-service florist shop.
We do workshops, we do event space rentals, and we do flower bars, so a little bit of everything.
Providing all your floral needs while offering free-flowing pours.
Which is a coffee tea house coming, and we're hoping to get that opened by end of summer. By end of year, we want to do our Wind Down Wednesday with live music.
This business stems from Southern hospitality and an unwavering passion.
We've always been really crafty independently, and then together we would have like craft parties, and flowers have always played a big part of it. And so we all bring a different element to the creativity part, and flowers, man, we just want to play with flowers all day.
And while all three women have full-time jobs, their services are open all day.
I think that's where we're a little different from other floral shops because we're open at night because we all have full-time jobs during the day. So we'll have people that just stop in, like, I need an emergency, like floral arrangement at 8 o'clock at night.
Though they are grateful for their flourishing business, working long hours with friends can have its challenges.
If y'all think keeping up with the Kardashians is something, y'all should keep up with the florists. And then we leave outside and we hug each other. We're like,
And we take selfies like we just didn't have a fight.
They're more than my best friends. They're my sisters. And I always
Over
fight
30
with my
years.
sisters.
I know.
So we're never, ever probably going to be on the same page, but we're always going to love each other, grow together, and make this place the best place.
With fresh flowers and a fresh start, Southern Petals and Pour is planting roots in the community and hopes to grow lasting connections. The students of the Lone Star Youth Orchestra all deserve flowers after concluding a triumphant season. LSYO's season finale concert titled Storied Music features a range of classical numbers and special performances from this year's concerto competition winners.
Music, it's an outlet for my creativity.
It fills me up with happiness.
It allows me to express myself in ways that other mediums cannot.
Tonight we have our final concert of the season where we are featuring a few pieces from Rossini all the way to Dvorak.
It is wonderful to see you here this evening as we celebrate the conclusion of our 27th LSYO season. We are especially proud of the first, second, and third place winners of our annual concerto competition.
The competition was quite stiff this year, and it was really a gift to be honored with first place.
I was just really ecstatic that I was able to win and then that I would get to perform my concerto.
It's been really rewarding working with the students who want to be here and who are willing to put in a commitment. This orchestra is really made for students that want to push themselves.
The Lone Star Youth Orchestra has had so many opportunities, including performing Prelude to the Las Colinas Symphony Orchestra outside in the lobbies, ushering for them along with sectionals, and all the concerts and all the performance opportunities that they bring is just so amazing.
It's a different experience. I've never been a part of a youth orchestra, and it was a really great experience to be able to have more concerts and be able to play more music than just like my school orchestra.
A powerful score can move an entire auditorium during a concert or film, and the score, along with a fun script, elevates the newest installment of the Mortal Kombat franchise. Some of us, like myself, try to forget the abysmal 2021 Mortal Kombat movie. Thankfully, the filmmakers took notes from dissatisfied fans and made a sequel that pays homage to the video game while achieving a bloody good time.
You have been chosen for Mortal Kombat. Then realizing you've had it in you this entire time.
In Mortal Kombat 2, fan-favorite champions, including the addition of washed-up 80s action movie star Johnny Cage, are pitted against one another in the ultimate battle to defeat the dark rule of Shao Kahn that threatens the Earth realm. There's not much more to the story than that. This film plays out more like a high-quality theatrical tournament from the game. Though you would think that would garner another misfire, the martial arts and action sequences are almost magnetizing. There's a lot more effort and creativity put into the fights as well as who's fighting in them.
I'm not some champion. This is a war for the fate of your world.
Last time around, we were so focused on an uninteresting and random Cole Young that it was difficult to care about the plot. The second film shares the wealth with screen time for the entire cast and highlights the entertaining characters, especially Carl Urban as Johnny Cage. And while Urban is a bonus, the heart of the film beats through Adeline Rudolph as Katana. Her backstory and commanding performance gives the plot a morsel of depth. It shows us there's potential for a deeper premise with compelling character development. Mortal Kombat 2 is a significant improvement over its predecessor, providing more thrills, graphic, high-energy battles, and crowd-pleasing entertainment that fans of the video game might call flawless victory, but the average moviegoer can label it as a lively and enjoyable popcorn flick. Mortal Kombat 2 is now showing. Check AMC Irving Mall and Alamo Drafthouse Cinema Las Colinas for showtimes. From a supernatural action movie to a divine comedic play, Mainstage presents Ken Ludwig's The Gods of Comedy, a hilarious play about two young professors who've just made a discovery that's sure to turn them into academic superstars.
This is for you. It is talisman, a magic charm. When the holder of this charm is in need of help, he calls upon the gods of ancient Greece and they save him, no matter what he requires.
Thank you.
The play is about a woman named Daphne Rain who ends up, through a series of interesting events, ends up getting a hold of a necklace and ends up calling upon the gods of ancient Greece to come help her as she has lost a very valuable book. And then the gods show up, and we mean to help.
What are you really? Tell me. Please tell me.
I'm sorry, kid. We're the gods of comedy. Ta-da!
It is a silly, ridiculous romp filled with just unexpected twists and turns. You really don't know where the play's going at any moment.
It's like a weird version of the Odyssey featuring a woman instead of the epic story of Odysseus.
So you have the book.
No, I don't have the book.
Then you lost the book.
Yes, I lost the book, all right? I lost it.
She doesn't necessarily need any help. Maybe she needs a little guidance and to just be open to possibilities, but she can really create her own adventure.
I love stories and happy endings. I love Lucy.
Lucy, you got some splaining to do.
I think it's always fun to play someone that's not a whole lot like you. It gives you a lot of opportunity for exploration.
I play Dionysus, who is the god of wine and theater. He is all about passion.
Fooey! Are the gods
of comedy!
It's just a lot of fun. The last few projects I've had have been a lot more serious, and I wanted to dip my toe into something that was just straight up farce and comedy and laugh out loud.
Let me ask you something. Shoot!
It means tell me.
Oh, I love that. Shoot me, baby. Draw that bow of yours.
Dionysus!
The show is really about enjoying life and kind of reminding the main character that you're on this planet, have fun with it.
It's about just letting loose and being free to be who you are.
It's a nice world after all.
I think going to see theater isn't always just about the storytelling. When you come and see live theater, you're right there, and we're right with you. And I think you will never get that anywhere else.
I think it's important for us to come together, and especially to come together to just laugh.
In addition to comedic plays, there are several fun things to do around the city. Levi Gomez, our man about town, shares his suggestions.
Celebrate music, culture, and community at the Ngemitzia Dallas Festival, a vibrant cultural event coming here to Levy Event Plaza. This two-day festival will highlight African music, culture, and entertainment. So, join the party on June 13th and 14th from noon to 10 p.m. Irving Youth Theater takes on Disney's Frozen Kids for its summer camp production. The 30-minute musical adventure designed for elementary-age performers and audiences is on June 16th in Carpenter Hall. Then, on June 18th, Disney Frozen Jr. follows sisters Anna and Elsa on an unforgettable journey of courage, love, and self-discovery. Time for the 26th annual Art Connection Member Show at the Irving Arts Center. The 2026 theme is We Are America at 250, commemorating the 250th anniversary of the adoption of the Declaration of Independence. See the entries on display from June 20th through August 1st. Madagascar Junior is presented by Irving Youth Theater. It's a fun musical adventure for the whole family. So, move it to Carpenter Hall on June 26th at 7 p.m. and embark on an unforgettable journey. No Independence Day celebration is complete without a night of fireworks and drones. Join the community here at Levy Event Plaza on Friday, July 3rd. Gates open at 6:15 p.m. Cafe Anderson returns with his country music and patriotic entertainment. Then, look up as the skies light up over Lake Carolyn. The sights and sounds of marching bands, floats, and red, white, and blue take over the Heritage District on Saturday, July 4th. At 9 a.m., Irving's annual 4th of July parade begins at City Hall and continues through the Heritage District. Then, from 10 a.m. to noon, enjoy live music, games, and fun at Heritage Park.
And that wraps up this episode of Irving Spotlight. Join us next time as we fire up the grill and see who's cooking the best steaks at this year's Rare Steak Championship. And we pay tribute to the past while commemorating the present at the city's annual Juneteenth celebration. As always, tell us stories you'd like to see on the show. You can email us at ictn@irvingtx.gov or connect with us on social media. So, subscribe to our YouTube channel, like us on Facebook, and follow us on X and Instagram. We'd love to hear from you. Thanks so much for tuning in and have a great evening. For Irving Spotlight, I'm Susan Stevens.
All right, it's time now for Pet of the Week. We're joined by Egan Dobson from Irving Animal Services. And this good boy is Zeus. He's kind of the Greek god of having fun, right?
He is. Zeus is about 3 years old. We're pretty sure he's potty trained. He is definitely dog friendly. He is a hoot and a half. He's the kind of dog that would love to have fun. What in tarnation are you doing? Run around with a ball, but also come and hang out on the couch with you.
That seems like the perfect kind of dog. And right now there's some construction going on outside.
Yes.
He's handling it well. Tell us why it's so important to get dogs like Zeus right now.
Right now, construction started back up. So because of it, all of our large dog yards are gone. So Parks has been kind enough to let us have the small dog play yard over at the dog park. But construction, as it continues, some people might not be able to see some of our available large dogs, like Mr. Zeus. You can find all of our available animals on our city website.
And so this is the perfect time, right? If you're interested in adopting or even fostering the large dogs, this is a big time to come get them.
Oh yeah, so you don't have to adopt to help. You can also foster, volunteer, or even donate to the Irving Animal Shelter. Fostering's pretty easy. All you do is sign up online.
And he's quite the singer too.
Zeus Zeus is very much a singer. He loves being able to tell people hi. Yes. He is in an extended stay, which means that his adoption fee is only $25 regularly. But we are not only looking for adopters, we're also looking for fosters who can take on a dog to help them out of this shelter during this construction time.
Well, thank you for your beautiful music, Zeus. Thank you, Egan, for joining us. And if you're interested in coming down and meeting Zeus or any of these other great animals here at the Irving Animal Care Campus, check out the details on the screen, and we'll see you soon. The thrill of victory. And the agony of defeat. All with a Tuscan touch. This game of throws is the beautiful sport of bocce.
I never knew about this game. I didn't think it existed.
Bocce has, in fact, existed for thousands of years, dating back to ancient Rome.
Scale of 1 to 10, it's number 10.
And now it's captivating seniors in Irving.
I really enjoy it. This is my first time playing.
Bocce is a new addition to Irving Parks and Recreation's Golden Sneaker Games, a 2-week series of athletic events for Irving residents age 50 and up.
Oh, good job, good job.
It is a fantastic opportunity for all of the Irving seniors to get together and meet up and compete in different sports and games, and maybe even find a new sport that they can actually participate.
Between throwing shade at one another,
Team A is going down.
these seniors also threw some incredible shots.
I am very good. I just learned that today. Oh my goodness, a lot of fun. I really enjoyed the Golden Sneaker Games.
Letting the good times roll. The Golden Sneaker Games, once again, knocked it out of the court. Robert Cheek for City Source. A reminder that as summer approaches, water restrictions are in effect in Irving through October 31st. Landscape irrigation is limited to 2 days per week, Sunday and Wednesday for odd-numbered addresses, and Tuesday and Saturday for even-numbered addresses. No watering is allowed on Mondays, Thursdays, or Friday, and watering is not allowed between 10 a.m. and 6 p.m.
As we move into the summer, conservation becomes critical because the largest domestic use of water is for irrigation. And so what we want people to do is to pay attention. Pay attention to how much you're using water to irrigate.
Smart watering tips and tricks to keep your lawn looking pristine are available online at irvingtx.gov/irrigation. Your ICTN team produced 38 videos in the month of May. The Irving City Council voted to enter into a contract with Via Transportation to provide a transit option for Irving residents affected by the discontinuation of DART bus routes 225 and 255.
We are having circ performers along with several singers and our Irving Symphony Orchestra performing all of wonderful rock and roll hits.
People love this park. You know, you look at the usage out there, it's easy to tell that it is a heavily used park. What we're looking for is exactly what improvements are essential to them.
We've always been really crafty independently, and then together we would have like craft parties. And flowers, man, we just want to play with flowers all day.
Most people, you know, they see the fire department driving down the street. We wanted a program where we could just be out here, answer some questions, and see how we do our things.
I am most looking forward for audiences to see the 7 Dwarves, because I just think that all of the dancers who play those roles do a fantastic job embodying the characters.
I am very good. I just learned that today. Oh my goodness, a lot of fun. I really enjoyed the Golden Sneaker Games.
You always approach the resident, the owner or tenant, on the basis that they may not be aware of the violation. So you come as to educate and to inform.
The students want to be seen and they want to believe that someone believes in them. Just to know they have my back, they want best for me, I want best for us too.
I wear my Purple Heart hat only once a year, and it's on Memorial Day. And it's because there are those that have received the Purple Heart that are not with us.
Stay up to date by subscribing to our YouTube channel at youtube.com/The City of Irving. A sign of restored access to public transit routes in Irving. Beginning on June 10th, large vans like these will replicate the service of the discontinued DART bus routes 225 and 255. Irving Connector routes 225 and 255 will operate daily from 5 a.m. to midnight, and the first 2 weeks are free through June 24th. City crews are installing signs at service stops. Here's a glance at what the transit routes will look like. Beginning on July 6th, the loop at Las Colinas will begin service to help you get around the urban center. To learn more about the Irving Connector by Via, Visit irvingtx.gov/transit. From the charming canals of Amsterdam to the crowded streets of Tokyo and bustling Buenos Aires, soccer fans from across the globe will soon descend upon North Texas for the 2026 FIFA World Cup.
The hype is just getting there now. This is the largest sporting events in the whole world.
Colleen Rickenbacker has more than 4 decades of experience in the travel and tourism industry.
Thank you. I know it's just 2 words, that's all you have to say, but please make it a point to try to say it in their language.
And now she has a unique task, helping prepare North Texas hotels and other hospitality businesses for the influx of international guests, including a recent stop at the Irving Convention Center.
I hope that they smile. I hope they make them feel welcome. I hope that they show them what North Texas is all about.
In a few weeks, areas like this will be packed with international visitors. And if you're talking with your hands as much as I like to do, well, that could get me a cultural red card.
No more point. You know, that's very insulting to many countries, most of the countries. So for 39 days, I want you to take all these gestures, roll them up in a ball, throw them away, and keep your hands at your side.
Point taken. As Colleen hopes to ensure the World Cup is a memorable month, both on and off the pitch.
These people that are coming here spend a lot of money to come here, just for the transportation, for the hotels or lodging, and then definitely for the tickets. So I just think that if they can walk away and say this was the best experience I've ever had in my life, then we've done our job.
A true golazo, as Irving soon becomes an international hub for fans of the footy. Robert Cheek for City Source.
Fresh flowers. A new shop in downtown Irving has your floral needs and a little something extra at Southern Petals and Pour.
We do event space rentals and we do flower bars, so a little bit of everything.
Storied music. The Lone Star Youth Orchestra concludes their 27th season with an unforgettable concert featuring the winners of their annual concerto competition.
Supporting the arts is just so amazing and it's so important. You just have to come out and really feel the music.
Righteous comedy. Ancient gods bring divine chaos to modern life in Main Stage's newest production, The Gods of Comedy.
It's like a weird version of the Odyssey featuring a woman instead of the epic story of Odysseus.
And in Feature Flicks, I review the action-packed sequel to the sci-fi adventure, Mortal Kombat 2, starring Carl Urban.
I really don't feel comfortable hitting a girl.
Don't worry.
You won't. Yo, send me back. I want to go back.
Hello everyone, welcome to Irving Spotlight. I'm Susan Stevens. We begin tonight with a flourishing business. Southern Petals and Pour is a gathering place for creativity and community. They offer flower arrangements for any occasion, along with some sips and brews. The Irving Hispanic Chamber of Commerce celebrates the opening of this new local favorite. A blooming business.
We are a floral shop
with childhood roots.
We've been best friends for over 30 years.
Lori Herrera, Norma Argueta, and Hope Escamilla are lifelong friends who are making their dream become a reality.
It was a big leap of faith.
Yes.
That's all it was, leap of faith.
And today, they are celebrating the official ribbon cutting with the Irving Hispanic Chamber of Commerce for their new shop, Southern Petals and Pour. Located in downtown Irving, Southern Petals and Pour is a full-service florist shop.
We do workshops, we do event space rentals, and we do flower bars, so a little bit of everything.
Providing all your floral needs while offering free-flowing pours.
Which is a coffee tea house coming, and we're hoping to get that opened by end of summer. By end of year, we want to do our Wind Down Wednesday with live music.
This business stems from Southern hospitality and an unwavering passion.
We've always been really crafty independently, and then together we would have like craft parties, and flowers have always played a big part of it. And so we all bring a different element to the creativity part, and flowers, man, we just want to play with flowers all day.
And while all three women have full-time jobs, their services are open all day.
I think that's where we're a little different from other floral shops because we're open at night because we all have full-time jobs during the day. So we'll have people that just stop in, like, I need an emergency, like floral arrangement at 8 o'clock at night.
Though they are grateful for their flourishing business, working long hours with friends can have its challenges.
If y'all think keeping up with the Kardashians is something, y'all should keep up with the florists. And then we leave outside and we hug each other. We're like,
And we take selfies like we just didn't have a fight.
They're more than my best friends. They're my sisters. And I always fight with my sisters. So we're never, ever probably going to be on the same page, but we're always going to love each other, grow together, and make this place the best place.
With fresh flowers and a fresh start, Southern Petals and Pour is planting roots in the community and hopes to grow lasting connections. The students of the Lone Star Youth Orchestra all deserve flowers after concluding a triumphant season. LSYO's season finale concert titled Storied Music features a range of classical numbers and special performances from this year's concerto competition winners.
Music, it's an outlet for my creativity.
It fills me up with happiness.
It allows me to express myself in ways that other mediums cannot.
Tonight we have our final concert of the season where we are featuring a few pieces from Rossini all the way to Dvorak.
It is wonderful to see you here this evening as we celebrate the conclusion of our 27th LSYO season. We are especially proud of the first, second, and third place winners of our annual concerto competition.
The competition was quite stiff this year, and it was really a gift to be honored with first place.
I was just really ecstatic that I was able to win and then that I would get to perform my concerto.
It's been really rewarding working with the students who want to be here and who are willing to put in a commitment. This orchestra is really made for students that want to push themselves.
The Lone Star Youth Orchestra has had so many opportunities, including performing prelude to the Las Colinas Symphony Orchestra outside in the lobbies, ushering for them along with sectionals, and all the concerts and all the performance opportunities that they bring is just so amazing.
It's a different experience. I've never been a part of a youth orchestra, and it was a really great experience to be able to have more concerts and be able to play more music than just like my school orchestra.
A powerful score can move an entire auditorium during a concert or film, and the score, along with a fun script, elevates the newest installment of the Mortal Kombat franchise. Some of us, like myself, try to forget the abysmal 2021 Mortal Kombat movie. Thankfully, the filmmakers took notes from dissatisfied fans and made a sequel that pays homage to the video game while achieving a bloody good time.
You have been chosen for Mortal Kombat. Then realizing you've had it in you this entire time.
In Mortal Kombat 2, fan-favorite champions, including the addition of washed-up 80s action movie star Johnny Cage, are pitted against one another in the ultimate battle to defeat the dark rule of Shao Kahn that threatens the Earth realm. There's not much more to the story than that. This film plays out more like a high-quality theatrical tournament from the game. Though you would think that would garner another misfire, the martial arts and action sequences are almost magnetizing. There's a lot more effort and creativity put into the fights as well as who's fighting in them.
I'm not some champion. This is a war for the fate of your world.
Last time around, we were so focused on an uninteresting and random Cole Young that it was difficult to care about the plot. The second film shares the wealth with screen time for the entire cast and highlights the entertaining characters, especially Carl Urban as Johnny Cage. And while Urban is a bonus, the heart of the film beats through Adeline Rudolph as Katana. Her backstory and commanding performance gives the plot a morsel of depth. It shows us there's potential for a deeper premise with compelling character development. Mortal Kombat 2 is a significant improvement over its predecessor, providing more thrills, graphic, high-energy battles, and crowd-pleasing entertainment that fans of the video game might call flawless victory, but the average moviegoer can label it as a lively and enjoyable popcorn flick. Mortal Kombat 2 is now showing. Check AMC Irving Mall and Alamo Drafthouse Cinema Las Colinas for showtimes. From a supernatural action movie to a divine comedic play, Mainstage presents Ken Ludwig's The Gods of Comedy, a hilarious play about two young professors who've just made a discovery that's sure to turn them into academic superstars.
This is for you. It is talisman, a magic charm. When the holder of this charm is in need of help, he calls upon the gods of ancient Greece and they save him, no matter what he requires.
Thank you.
The play is about a woman named Daphne Rain who ends up, through a series of interesting events, ends up getting a hold of a necklace and ends up calling upon the gods of ancient Greece to come help her as she has lost a very valuable book. And then the gods show up, and we mean to help.
What are you really? Tell me. Please tell me.
I'm sorry, kid. We're the gods of comedy. Ta-da!
It is a silly, ridiculous romp filled with just unexpected twists and turns. You really don't know where the play is going at any moment.
It's like a weird version of the Odyssey featuring a woman instead of the epic story of Odysseus.
So you have the book.
No, I don't have the book.
Then you lost the book.
Yes, I lost the book, all right? I lost it.
She doesn't necessarily need any help. Maybe she needs a little guidance and to just be open to possibilities, but she can really create her own adventure.
I love stories and happy endings. I love Lucy.
Lucy, you got some splaining to do.
I think it's always fun to play someone that's not a whole lot like you. It gives you a lot of opportunity for exploration.
I play Dionysus, who is the god of wine and theater. He is all about passion.
Fooey! Are the gods
of comedy.
It's just a lot of fun. The last few projects I've had have been a lot more serious, and I wanted to dip my toe into something that was just straight up farce and comedy and laugh out loud.
Let me ask you something. Shoot!
It means tell me.
Oh, I love that. Shoot me, baby. Draw that bow of yours.
Dionysus!
The show is really about enjoying life and kind of reminding the main character that you're on this planet, have fun with it.
It's about just letting loose and being free to be who you are.
It's a nice world after all.
I think going to see theater isn't always just about the storytelling. When you come and see live theater, you're right there, and we're right with you. And I think you will never get that anywhere else.
I think it's important for us to come together, and especially to come together to just laugh.
In addition to comedic plays, there are several fun things to do around the city. Levi Gomez, our man about town, shares his suggestions.
Celebrate music, culture, and community at the Ngemitzia Dallas Festival, a vibrant cultural event coming here to Levy Event Plaza. This two-day festival will highlight African music, culture, and entertainment. So, join the party on June 13th and 14th from noon to 10 p.m. Irving Youth Theater takes on Disney's Frozen Kids for its summer camp production. The 30-minute musical adventure designed for elementary-age performers and audiences is on June 16th in Carpenter Hall. Then, on June 18th, Disney Frozen Jr. follows sisters Anna and Elsa on an unforgettable journey of courage, love, and self-discovery. time for the 26th annual Art Connection Member Show at the Irving Art Center. The 2026 theme is We Are America at 250, commemorating the 250th anniversary of the adoption of the Declaration of Independence. See the entries on display from June 20th through August 1st. Madagascar Junior is presented by Irving Youth Theater. It's a fun musical adventure for the whole family. So, move it to Carpenter Hall on June 26th at 7 p.m. and embark on an unforgettable journey. No Independence Day celebration is complete without a night of fireworks and drones. Join the community here at Levy Event Plaza on Friday, July 3rd. Gates open at 6:15 p.m. Cafe Anderson returns with his country music and patriotic entertainment. Then, look up as the skies light up over Lake Carolyn. The sights and sounds of marching bands, floats, and red, white, and blue take over the Heritage District on Saturday, July 4th. At 9 a.m., Irving's annual 4th of July parade begins at City Hall and continues through the Heritage District. Then, from 10 a.m. to noon, enjoy live music, games, and fun at Heritage Park.
And that wraps up this episode of Irving Spotlight. Join us next time as we fire up the grill and see who's cooking the best steaks at this year's Rare Steak Championship. And we pay tribute to the past while commemorating the present at the city's annual Juneteenth celebration. As always, tell us stories you'd like to see on the show. You can email us at ictn@irvingtx.gov or connect with us on social media. So, subscribe to our YouTube channel, like us on Facebook, and follow us on X and Instagram. We'd love to hear from you. Thanks so much for tuning in and have a great evening. For Irving Spotlight, I'm Susan Stevens.
All right, it's time now for Pet of the Week. We're joined by Egan Dobson from Irving Animal Services. And this good boy is Zeus. He's kind of the Greek god of having fun, right?
He is. Zeus is about 3 years old. We're pretty sure he's potty trained. He is definitely dog friendly. He is a hoot and a half. He's the kind of dog that would love to have fun. What in tarnation are you doing? Run around with a ball, but also come and hang out on the couch with you.
That seems like the perfect kind of dog. And right now there's some construction going on outside.
Yes.
He's handling it well. Tell us why it's so important to get dogs like Zeus right now.
Right now, construction started back up. So because of it, all of our large dog yards are gone. So Parks has been kind enough to let us have the small dog play yard over at the dog park. But construction, as it continues, some people might not be able to see some of our available large dogs, like Mr. Zeus. You can find all of our available animals on our city website.
And so this is the perfect time, right? If you're interested in adopting or even fostering the large dogs, this is a big time to come get them.
Oh yeah, so you don't have to adopt to help. You can also foster, volunteer, or even donate to the Irving Animal Shelter. Fostering's pretty easy. All you do is sign up online.
And he's quite the singer too.
Zeus will... Zeus is very much a singer. He loves being able to tell people hi. Yes. He is in an extended stay, which means that his adoption fee is only $25 regularly. But we are not only looking for adopters, we're also looking for fosters who can take on a dog to help them out of the shelter during this construction time.
Well, thank you for your beautiful music, Zeus. Thank you, Egan, for joining us. And if you're interested in coming down and meeting Zeus or any of these other great animals here at the Irving Animal Care Campus, check out the details on the screen, and we'll see you soon. The thrill of victory. And the agony of defeat. All with a Tuscan touch. This game of throws is the beautiful sport of bocce.
I never knew about this game. I didn't think it existed.
Bocce has, in fact, existed for thousands of years, dating back to ancient Rome.
Scale of 1 to 10, it's number 10.
And now it's captivating seniors in Irving.
I really enjoy it. This is my first time playing.
Bocce is a new addition to Irving Parks and Recreation's Golden Sneaker Games, a 2-week series of athletic events for Irving residents age 50 and up.
Good job. Good job.
It is a fantastic opportunity for all of the Irving seniors to get together and meet up and compete in different sports and games, and maybe even find a new sport that they can actually participate.
Between throwing shade at one another,
Team A is going down.
these seniors also threw some incredible shots.
I am very good. I just learned that today. Oh my goodness, a lot of fun. I really enjoyed the Golden Sneaker Games.
Letting the good times roll. The Golden Sneaker Games, once again, knocked it out of the court. Robert Sheep for City Source. A reminder that as summer approaches, water restrictions are in effect in Irving through October 31st. Landscape irrigation is limited to 2 days per week, Sunday and Wednesday for odd-numbered addresses, and Tuesday and Saturday for even-numbered addresses. No watering is allowed on Mondays, Thursdays, or Friday, and watering is not allowed between 10 a.m. and 6 p.m.
As we move into the summer, conservation becomes critical because the largest domestic use of water is for irrigation. And so what we want people to do is to pay attention. Pay attention to how much you're using water to irrigate.
Smart watering tips and tricks to keep your lawn looking pristine are available online at irvingtx.gov/irrigation. Your ICTN team produced 38 videos in the month of May. The Irving City Council voted to enter into a contract with Via Transportation to provide a transit option for Irving residents affected by the discontinuation of DART bus routes 225 and 255.
We are having cirque performers along with several singers and our Irving Symphony Orchestra performing all of wonderful rock and roll hits.
People love this park. You know, you look at the usage out there, it's easy to tell that it is a heavily used park. What we're looking for is exactly what improvements are essential to them.
We've always been really crafty independently, and then together we would have like craft parties. And flowers, man, we just want to play with flowers all day.
Most people, you know, they see the fire department driving down the street. We wanted a program where we could just be out here, answer some questions, and see how we do our things.
I am most looking forward for audiences to see the Seven Dwarves, because I just think that all of the dancers who play those roles do a fantastic job embodying the characters.
I am very good. I just learned that today. Oh my goodness, a lot of fun. I really enjoyed the Golden Sneaker Games.
You always approach the resident, the owner or tenant, from the basis that they may not be aware of the violation. So you come as to educate and to inform.
The students want to be seen and they want to believe that someone believes in them. Just to know they have my back, they want best for me, I want best for myself too.
I wear my Purple Heart hat only once a year, and it's on Memorial Day. And it's because there are those that have received the Purple Heart that are not with us.
Stay up to date by subscribing to our YouTube channel at youtube.com/The City of Irving. A sign of restored access to public transit routes in Irving. Beginning on June 10th, large vans like these will replicate the service of the discontinued DART bus routes 225 and 255. Irving Connector routes 225 and 255 will operate daily from 5 a.m. to midnight, and the first 2 weeks are free through June 24th. City crews are installing signs at service stops. Here's a glance at what the transit routes will look like. Beginning on July 6th, the loop at Las Colinas will begin service to help you get around the Urban Center. To learn more about the Irving Connector by VIA, visit irvingtx.gov/transit. From the charming canals of Amsterdam to the crowded streets of Tokyo and bustling Buenos Aires, soccer fans from across the globe will soon descend upon North Texas for the 2026 FIFA World Cup.
The hype is just getting there now. This is the largest sporting events in the whole world.
Colleen Rickenbacker has more than 4 decades of experience in the travel and tourism industry.
Thank you. I know it's just 2 words, that's all you have to say, but please make it a point to try to say it in their language.
And now she has a unique task, helping prepare North Texas hotels and other hospitality businesses for the influx of international guests, including a recent stop at the Irving Convention Center.
I hope that they smile. I hope they make them feel welcome. I hope that they show them what North Texas is all about.
In a few weeks, areas like this will be packed with international visitors. And if you're talking with your hands as much as I like to do, well, that could get me a cultural red card.
No more point. You know, that's very insulting to many countries, most of the countries. So for 39 days, I want you to take all these gestures, roll them up in a ball, throw them away, and keep your hands at your side.
Point taken. As Colleen hopes to ensure the World Cup is a memorable month, both on and off the pitch.
These people that are coming here spend a lot of money to come here, just for the transportation, for the hotels or lodging, and then definitely for the tickets. So I just think that if they can walk away and say this was the best experience I've ever had in my life, then we've done our job.
A true golazo, as Irving soon becomes an international hub for fans of the footy. Robert Sheik for City Source.
Fresh flowers. A new shop in downtown Irving has your floral needs and a little something extra at Southern Petals and Pour.
We do event space rentals and we do flower bars, so a little bit of everything.
Storied music. The Lone Star Youth Orchestra concludes their 27th season with an unforgettable concert featuring the winners of their annual concerto competition.
Supporting the arts is just so amazing and it's so important. You just have to come out and really feel the music.
Righteous comedy. Ancient gods bring divine chaos to modern life in Main Stage's newest production, The Gods of Comedy.
It's like a weird version of the Odyssey featuring a woman instead of the epic story of Odysseus.
And in Feature Flicks, I review the action-packed sequel to the sci-fi adventure, Mortal Kombat 2, starring Carl Urban.
I really don't feel comfortable hitting a girl.
Don't worry.
You won't. Yo, send me back. I want to go back.
Hello everyone, welcome to Irving Spotlight. I'm Susan Stevens. We begin tonight with a flourishing business. Southern Petals and Pour is a gathering place for creativity and community. They offer flower arrangements for any occasion, along with some sips and brews. The Irving Hispanic Chamber of Commerce celebrates the opening of this new local favorite. A blooming business.
We are a floral shop
with childhood roots.
We've been best friends for over 30 years.
Lori Herrera, Norma Argueta, and Hope Escamilla are lifelong friends who are making their dream become a reality.
It was a big leap of faith.
Yes.
That's all it was, leap of faith.
And today, they are celebrating the official ribbon cutting with the Irving Hispanic Chamber of Commerce for their new shop, Southern Petals and Pour. Located in downtown Irving, Southern Petals and Pour is a full-service florist shop.
We do workshops, we do event space rentals, and we do flower bars, so a little bit of everything.
Providing all your floral needs while offering free-flowing pours.
Which is a coffee tea house coming, and we are hoping to get that opened by end of summer. By end of year, we want to do our Wind Down Wednesday with live music.
This business stems from Southern hospitality and an unwavering passion.
We've always been really crafty independently, and then together we would have like craft parties, and flowers have always played a big part of it. And so we all bring a different element to the creativity part, and flowers, man, we just want to play with flowers all day.
And while all 3 women have full-time jobs, their services are open all day.
I think that's where we're a little different from other floral shops because we're open at night because we all have full-time jobs during the day. So we'll have people that just stop in, like, I need an emergency, like floral arrangement at 8 o'clock at night.
Though they are grateful for their flourishing business,
working long hours with friends can have its challenges.
If y'all think keeping up with the Kardashians is something, y'all should keep up with the Flores. And then we leave outside and we hug each other. We're like,
and we take selfies like we just didn't have a fight.
They're more than my best friends. They're my sisters. And I always fight with my sisters. So we're never, ever probably going to be on the same page, but we're always going to love each other, grow together, and make this place the best place.
With fresh flowers and a fresh start, Southern Petals and Pour is planting roots in the community and hopes to grow lasting connections.
The students of the Lone Star Youth Orchestra all deserve flowers after concluding a triumphant season. LSYO's season finale concert titled Storied Music features a range of classical numbers and special performances from this year's concerto competition winners.
Music, it's an outlet for my creativity.
It fills me up with happiness.
It allows me to express myself in ways that other mediums cannot.
Tonight we have our final concert of the season where we are featuring a few pieces from Rossini all the way to Dvorak.
It is wonderful to see you here this evening as we celebrate the conclusion of our 27th LSYO season. We are especially proud of the first, second, and third place winners of our annual concerto competition.
The competition was quite stiff this year, and it was really a gift to be honored with first place.
I was just really ecstatic that I was able to win and then that I would get to perform my concerto.
It's been really rewarding working with the students who want to be here and who are willing to put in a commitment. This orchestra is really made for students that want to push themselves.
The Lone Star Youth Orchestra has had so many opportunities, including performing Prelude to the Las Colinas Symphony Orchestra outside in the lobbies, ushering for them along with sectionals, and all the concerts and all the performance opportunities that they bring is just so amazing.
It's a different experience. I've never been a part of a youth orchestra, and it was a really great experience to be able to have more concerts and be able to play more music than just like my school orchestra.
A powerful score can move an entire auditorium during a concert or film, and the score, along with a fun script, elevates the newest installment of the Mortal Kombat franchise. Some of us, like myself, try to forget the abysmal 2021 Mortal Kombat movie. Thankfully, the filmmakers took notes from dissatisfied fans and made a sequel that pays homage to the video game while achieving a bloody good time.
You have been chosen for Mortal Kombat. Then realizing you've had it in you this entire time.
In Mortal Kombat 2, fan-favorite champions, including the addition of washed-up 80s action movie star Johnny Cage, are pitted against one another in the ultimate battle to defeat the dark rule of Shao Kahn that threatens the Earth realm. There's not much more to the story than that. This film plays out more like a high-quality theatrical tournament from the game. Though you would think that would garner another misfire, the martial arts and action sequences are almost magnetizing. There's a lot more effort and creativity put into the fights as well as who's fighting in them.
I'm not some champion. This is a war for the fate of your world.
Last time around, we were so focused on an uninteresting and random Cole Young that it was difficult to care about the plot. The second film shares the wealth with screen time for the entire cast and highlights the entertaining characters, especially Karl Urban as Johnny Cage. And while Urban is a bonus, the heart of the film beats through Adeline Rudolph as Katana. Her backstory and commanding performance gives the plot a morsel of depth. It shows us there's potential for a deeper premise with compelling character development. Mortal Kombat 2 is a significant improvement over its predecessor, providing more thrills, graphic, high-energy battles, and crowd-pleasing entertainment that fans of the video game might call flawless victory, but the average moviegoer can label it as a lively and enjoyable popcorn flick. Mortal Kombat 2 is now showing. Check AMC Irving Mall and Alamo Drafthouse Cinema Las Colinas for showtimes. From a supernatural action movie to a divine comedic play, Mainstage presents Ken Ludwig's The Gods of Comedy, a hilarious play about two young professors who've just made a discovery that's sure to turn them into academic superstars.
This is for you. It is talisman, a magic charm. When the holder of this charm is in need of help, he calls upon the gods of ancient Greece and they save him, no matter what he requires.
Thank you.
The play is about a woman named Daphne Rain who ends up, through a series of interesting events, ends up getting a hold of a necklace and ends up calling upon the gods of ancient Greece to come help her as she has lost a very valuable book. And then the gods show up, and we mean to help.
What are you really? Tell me. Please tell me.
I'm sorry, kid. We're the gods of comedy. Ta-da!
It is a silly, ridiculous romp filled with just unexpected twists and turns. You really don't know where the play is going at any moment.
It's like a weird version of the Odyssey featuring a woman instead of the epic story of Odysseus.
So you have the book.
No, I don't have the book.
Then you lost the book.
Yes, I lost the book, all right? I lost it.
She doesn't necessarily need any help. Maybe she needs a little guidance and to just be open to possibilities, but she can really create her own adventure.
I love stories and happy endings. I love Lucy.
Lucy, you got some splaining to do.
I think it's always fun to play someone that's not a whole lot like you. It gives you a lot of opportunity for exploration.
I play Dionysus, who is the god of wine and theater. He is all about passion.
We are the gods
of comedy.
It's just a lot of fun. The last few projects I've had have been a lot more serious, and I wanted to dip.
going to now move into item 3, which is review of our regular agenda. There's no comments that the city manager wants to make at this point. Okay. We'll be moving into our public hearing on the City of Irving fiscal year budget. Any comments, or do we want to move on? Okay, thank you. The consent agenda, approving work session minutes for Thursday, May 7th, approving for regular meeting minutes for Thursday, May 7th, approving special meeting minutes for Wednesday, May 13th, and approving budget and strategic planning minutes for Wednesday, May 20th, 2026. Item 7, authorizing the issuance and sale from time to time of one of more series of City of Irving, Texas general obligation bonds in the aggregate principal amount of not to exceed $38,790,000, levying a tax in payment thereof, providing for the award and sale thereof in accordance with specified parameters, authorizing the execution and delivery of one or more paying agent / registrar agreements and one or more purchase agreements, approving the preparation of one or more official statements, approving of disclosures, council engagement letter, and enacting provisional relating to the subject. Any comments, any administrative comments? Yes, David.
Mayor, thank you. Exhibit A on both items 7, 8, 9, and 10. Are those typically in our packet, or is that somewhere else that we find them?
They should be in your packet. If they're not, I can get you copies. This is the list of projects that were already approved in the budget back when we adopted it in September, but also it's additional projects for the tax notes. And Brad, do you have anything?
Yeah, Brad.
Yeah, it should be, Exhibit A should be page 4 of that particular item in your packet.
Which page?
It should be right behind the staff comments. It should be page 3 or 4, Exhibit A, listing the projects.
Okay, got it.
Yeah.
Where is it?
Is it there?
You good? David?
Is it an electronic version or?
Whatever's in minute track, yeah. Well, it's part of the.
We'll get you a printout.
Okay.
Yeah, we'll just get you a printout.
It was
We'll
more
make
of a
sure we get-
question. I don't
You
need
bet.
it right now.
You
It
bet.
was just a general question when I'm reading through stuff.
You bet.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Mayor. Mr. Mayor.
Yes, Adam.
Just real quick clarification on this. These are bonds that the voters have already approved and everything. We're just executing them? selling them
Yes,
to the
yeah, for the GO bonds, yes, the voters have approved. The other ones, the tax notes and the COs that we'll be issuing, that's eventually what you as a council will be authorizing as well. But it's all within the same tax rate that you guys approved in the budget. And these are all the capital projects that you have approved as a council as part of your CIP and as part of the budget process.
Okay, thank you.
And Mr. Mayor, if I may
Yes.
also note, we just finished up with our bond rating meetings this week. We feel that they went very well. We really appreciate all the great work of our budget and finance team helping put that together. Also appreciate the mayor, you attending as well. We should have our ratings by next week for all of our bonds that will be going out. Not anticipating any surprises, and we'll let you know once we receive those and forward those out to you. And they were very complimentary of the city's financial position, its management, and its reserves.
Okay, so I guess that takes care of that section. Thank you for your comments. Okay, item 8 is ordinance. Oh, I'm sorry, Abdul.
Thank you. Chris, after using all of these bond money, which is almost, I think with these 3-4 items, is somewhere around $100 million. what would be the remaining after this?
That's what we presented in our our May budget and strategic plan review, what we're planning on using. We'll get you that list again of what will be remaining in each of the different propositions on the GO bonds.
Thank you.
One more
Yes.
comment. The Exhibit A's are on the electronic version of the agenda, not the long agenda, but the detailed agenda.
John?
Yeah, I was just going to make a note of that as well. I found it on, you got to get on the council area and download the full agenda packet, but it's on page 71. Well, 71 for the first one, and then keep going for the others.
Is that the easiest thing you did? It's in the packet.
Okay, we good? Okay, I'm going to move on to item 8, ordinance, authorizing the issuance and sale from time to time of one or more series of City of Irving, Texas waterworks and sewer system new lien revenue bonds in the aggregate principal amount of not to exceed $30,705,000, providing for the award and sale thereof in accordance with specified parameters, authorizing the execution and delivery of one or more paying agent/registrar agreements and one or more purchase agreements, approving the preparation of one or more official statements, approving and disclosure council engagement letter, and enacting provisions relating to the subject. Seeing no comments, we'll move on. Item number 9. Ordinance authorizing the issuance and sale from time to time of one or more series of City of Irving, Texas tax notes in the aggregate principal amount of not to exceed $12,640,000, levying a tax in payment thereof, providing for the award and sale thereof in accordance with specified parameters, authorizing the execution and delivery of one or more paying agent/registrar agreements and one or more purchase agreements, approving the preparation of one or more official statements, approving a disclosure council engagement letter, and enacting provisions relating to the subject. Next. Item number 10, resolution reimbursing the City of Irving for capital expenditures for projects in advance of the fiscal year 2026-2027. General obligation bond sale, general tax note sale, and water and sewer revenue bond sale in the amount not to exceed $17 million. Comments, thoughts? Okay, number 11. Ordinance amending ordinance number 2025-11167, providing budget adjustment number 5 to the 2025-2026 fiscal year budget. Item 12, resolution approving a fund sharing and fiscal agency agreement between the County of Dallas and the cities of Dallas, Balch Springs, Carrollton, DeSoto, Duncanville, Garland, Grand Prairie, Irving, Lancaster, Mesquite, and Richardson, authorizing the City of Dallas to serve as the fiscal agent to administer and distribute FY 2025 Justice Assistance Grant, it's actually parenthesized, JAG, funds through the Edward Byrne Memorial Justice Assistant Grant Program. Item number 13, resolution approving an interlocal agreement between the City of Irving and the Irving Independent School District for emergency medical services at football games. Item 14, resolution approving the change order number 7 to the contract in Austin Filter System, Inc., AFSI, in the amount of $31,084.75 for the Hucks Court, Irving Mall Flume, and J.C. Park Drainage Improvement Project. Number 15, resolution approving a real estate sales agreement with Domus Office Group 2 LP for the purchase of property located at 3229 Premier Drive, Irving, Texas, in the amount of $6 million and closing costs not to exceed $30,000, and approving $125,000 in earnest money to be placed in escrow conditioned upon the due diligence period and closing of the property for Fire Station Number 9. Item number 16. Resolution approving the Irving Department of Art and Culture, IDAC, revised guidelines for art financial assistance programs. Any comments in this sections? Okay, I'm going to be moving on to bids and purchasing items, and those will be items 17 to 27. Does any of my council members see any that you want to have more information on or have a discussion on? I'll give you a minute to try to look at it real quickly. Okay, seeing no requests for comment at this point, I'll move on to end of bids and going into item 28, ordinance approving fourth amended and restated development agreement with Laverty Companies LLC for the development of property at 200 North Main Street. Am I stalling because I kind of thought I'd hear something from somebody? City manager,
We have
you
a
want to
presentation
comment?
for council if they would like to see that. This is wrapping up and finalizing our agreement with Lafferty on the changes that will allow the individual to now begin to move forward in the construction of the apartment complex.
And Mr.
Over on the
Mayor?
old lumberyard site.
Yes.
I just had one question on item, or number 7.
You want to go back?
No, this is bullet point number 7.
Oh, under this one, bullet 7, okay.
Bullet 7, those criteria include completing the project and obtaining a CO within 30 months of closing on financing for the project. Is that an endless loop of timing, or
Yes.
how do we?
Yes.
No, originally in the former agreements, he had 30 months from the delivery of the sewer line, so we kept the construction period the same at 30 months from closing, or just made the new starting point being from closing now, from his financial closing.
David, I think you have a different question, right?
No, but
Is
that was
that
on the
answer
closing
it?
of financing for his financing? Or
His financing,
So when is that going to happen?
that has to happen within 12 months of execution of the agreement.
12/30.
So technically 42 months for the project to occur.
Well, I have a question, Chris. And something that is, my sense about this whole situation. Does this basically give Lafferty more time?
Yes, sir, it does.
Okay.
However, a significant change in this new agreement versus our current agreement is that there's a violation, or if there's a contract provision that he does not fulfill, we automatically have the ability to repurchase the property. And that is a good position for us to be in as a city.
And I guess we have not received any updates from him at this point?
He's waiting on this agreement to be executed so he can finalize his financing and get the
Again?
project started.
Okay, thank you.
The big challenge was he was not able to secure the financing under the old agreement, and that's why we've been going through these discussions for the last year and a half, 2 years. We've encouraged him to come up with different ways and still maintain the integrity and the original intent of the project on the city side.
Yeah. Well, this is a tough time to be looking for financing. Okay, we'll move on to number 29, resolution approving the fourth amended and restated economic incentive agreement between the City of Irving and Lafferty Companies, LLC, in the amount not to exceed $478,400 related to the development with property located at 200 North Main Street. Item number 30, ordinance amending Chapter 18 Food Establishments of the City Code of Ordinances by adopting a new section establishing standards for charitable food service, including notice, food safety, hand hygiene, site cleanliness, and enforcement. Okay, that concludes this portion. Now we're going to go into individual considerations. Item 31, resolution considering special sign permit 2026-01-600 and requesting a digital messaging cabinet on the existing pole sign to allow the sign height to be raised to 40 feet and to increase the sign area to be 197 square feet, located at 250 or 250 West Airport Freeway. Owner, Steve Simons. Applicant. Yes, David.
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, thank you. And the staff didn't have any objections at all. This is good.
Well, there are criteria that they need to meet in order for council to authorize an ordinance. That's a council determination. I don't know that it is particularly, I guess that's a council determination.
Okay.
If council determines that the criteria have been met, we're fine issuing the permit.
We're fine issuing it. Okay.
Yeah, that brings up an interesting.
No, we want to hear the presentation.
Oh, we're going to do the presentation?
Oh, we got a presentation. Great, thank you.
Oh, there we go.
I don't know where she came from.
She was ready to walk off.
Yeah, I was ready to move on.
There we go. Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. My name is Kim Ellison. I'm with the Inspections Department. Simon's Flags and Poles is requesting a special sign permit. The request is for approval to replace the non-digital cabinet with a digital cabinet. This would increase the height to 40 feet and increase the sign cabinet area to 197 square feet. The business is located at 250 West Airport Freeway, in between Oakhurst and Schoaf. The sign is in compliance with a minimum 30-foot required setback from the property line, and the sign is not situated in it's not located in an easement. On the left is the current sign, and on the right is the proposed sign showing the new digital cabinet. The difference is 5 feet 6 inches in height and a 68 square foot increase with the new cabinet. This shows what is proposed and what the sign ordinance allows, which is a maximum 35 feet in height, 150 square feet, and a non-digital cabinet. This is a view of the sign location on the property. The top picture is from West Airport Freeway frontage road looking east, and the bottom picture is a view looking south from the freeway. The sign is located directly under the red arrows there. This request has two separate parts. The first part is the special sign permit for the proposed electronic cabinet, which allows council to consider the performance standards for the digital sign. The second part is the variance request related to the proposed height and sign area. Those items exceed the standard requirements. The variance criteria shown on this slide is provided for reference. And thank you, and I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Excuse me, I'm trying to catch up on some of these pages. Any questions? Yes, John.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So
Yeah,
I know in the
got it.
past for some of these, especially the digital signs on, just off of the freeway, there's been a component where they need to have TxDOT approval. Is that the case with this one?
That is no longer required.
Okay.
TxDOT passed, when did they pass it? Hold on one second. TxDOT no longer conducts the reviews of signage along the freeway. As long as it's on the city's side, then they
As
no
long as it's
longer
on the
look
right
at
of
it.
way. Okay.
Mhm.
All right, thank you.
Abdul.
Thank you, Mayor. Do they have a sign pole now?
I'm sorry?
Do they have a pole with the sign in the
Correct.
cabinet now?
It's
So
existing.
they want to convert it into the digital one.
Correct. They want to take the existing cabinet off and replace it with the digital cabinet.
So how do we know whether it is going to be a distraction to the traffic on 183? Because they're asking for a more square footage on the cabinet, as well as more height of the pole. What is current pole required height?
The height is the required height is 35 feet,
And
and the
they're
sign
asking for-
cabinet is 150 square feet,
And they're asking the height now, what, 40?
40 feet.
5 feet extra then.
I think we have performance standard, operational standards for digital signs. Wayne, am I correct on that? In terms of limitations on how quickly they can change copy, designed to encourage traffic safety, so to decrease driver distraction.
Do we have currently any digital signs on 183? I don't recall, but do we have one?
You're about to, school district.
And there are digital billboards, although we call them different things on our property, that are digital as well over on our old Texas Stadium site. That are in that 114, 183 area.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Mr. Mayor? Thank you, Mayor.
Rod?
I don't have a problem with the digital sign and the square footage as much with the height. Especially I'm concerned about JDS right behind it. If it would be a concern to them blocking their signage and their business. 35 feet is pretty tall already. So,
Correct, that's, yeah, the sign ordinance allows it to be 35 feet.
yeah. Yeah, I don't have an issue with the sign cabinet and it being digital, unless they have given us a reason why they would like to go higher. Like, I don't see any obstruction here. There's some electric lines going across. Have they given any reason why they would like to go higher?
They just state in I believe the letter of intent, I don't have it with me printed, but it's for business, it's to bring more, to let them know they're there.
Yeah, all right, thank you.
Anybody else? Mark?
We have these standards, I guess this is a recognition that with the technology advances, there's going to be more desire for these digital signs. And so we have to approve each one, but we have the standards, and so it's meant to be a compromise, I guess, to allow for those developments, those new signs to come in without them being too much of a distraction. And this fits that. It's going to have to fit that. They have to abide by those limitations.
Now, Dan, I don't know if you had something to say on the performance standards for digital signs.
I was Dan, Federal Traffic and Transportation. The state with their billboards, and ours echoes that very closely. It's typically 8 seconds between signs when they can change. They feel you're 800 to 1,000 feet away from the sign at freeway speeds. That gives you time to look at it and notice it. But you're not supposed to run videos or movies or anything like that. Just, tacos $1, hot dogs $1, and then it just switches. But nothing flashy, because that will distract.
Okay, yes, David.
Dennis was concerned with New Crockett High School with its signage about the flashing, so I don't know if you can put that in our read file, maybe on Friday, Chris, or just to give us the digital sign code so we all are all familiar with it, because I know Dennis had to run off to a RTC meeting, but he was interested in that topic as well. And this one for Simons, I drive by there all the time. That's completely, this is a little bit different on 183 there because it's offset way back. It's got a huge buffer all the way back there. So not so much on some of the other ones that are tighter in. So I don't know if we have a distance from a highway requirement or any of that as well.
Yeah, there's setback requirements. In all respects, this meets the standard, except for two provisions. It would be taller than allowed, and it would be larger than allowed. So they're requesting a variance to have it be taller and larger than the sign ordinance currently allows.
I've got a question on that site, because I think most of us are very familiar with it. The huge, beautiful flags that they have flying. And so I assume that those are pretty well on that high pole scape, so they're also, there to grab your attention. When I see signage, we now are looking at digital. Well, that's a form of signage or sign called a flag. Is there differentiation for these kinds of quote-unquote, signage? Does a flag fit in it? Because this is also right there at that height.
Can you repeat the question?
Are flags considered signs?
No.
Did I get that correct, Mayor?
Yeah.
They're in the sign ordinance. They're not technically regulated. They can be as high as they want, the U.S. flag, but it's not a sign. We don't.
There's our man.
Good afternoon again, Wayne Snell, Director of Inspections. Flags fall under a different category. They're regulated by other means. They are not a sign until there's messaging on it. So the display of an American flag falls outside of the scope of any permitting requirements. What I will do is I'm going to send y'all an update tomorrow with the digital sign information that Councilman Pfaff requested, and I'll include the flags in there as well.
Well, my point, thank you.
My pleasure.
It's not so much about, I'm sure that, especially the American flag, our stars and stripes are very specific. I'm really thinking of the height and the size of the flag. And so it's one thing to say, yeah, flag is a different, part of an ordinance. But once it starts to go up as high as the ones that are right there at Simons, and by the way, I think that's beautiful. I'm not saying anything negative at all. But I'm wondering if because of the height and the size of the flag, that how big can you go? I guess that's the bottom line.
I don't know those off the top of my head, but I'm gonna send.
Would you kind of wrap it all together what David brought up
Absolutely.
in mind?
That's what
Thank
I
you.
plan on doing.
Thank you, young lady. Appreciate you trying to answer our questions. Thank you, Dan.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mayor.
Okay. Next item is no, we're off into zoning cases, companion and other items.
We are.
Jocelyn.
Good afternoon.
How are you?
I am well. How are you?
Good.
Jocelyn Murphy, Director of Planning. So we have several cases tonight. We actually had a pretty heavy load at P&Z last week, so we split those into the two June council meetings. So this is the first half of those. The first case is 2025 189ZC at 2027 South Nursery Road. Requests from R40 Single Family to SP2 R6 to allow for a second primary dwelling on the property. Staff recommendation was denial. There was no opposition or support, and P&Z was also recommending a denial of 8-1. So here's the property. It's in far southeast Irving. It's pretty much at the end of Nursery Road. We're starting to get into some of the floodplain down in this area. It is a 2-acre lot. There's currently a smaller house and a detached garage on the property. The future land use is single-family. A lot of it is zoned and used for agriculture in the area, but most of the uses are single-family. And this property is R40. So the request of the property owner, you have some history in your report. They purchased the property several years ago. They had thought about platting the property. They had started some work on the detached garage. It was about an 896 square foot detached garage. It got held up for a couple different reasons. She'll probably get into those tonight. But then they eventually came and got a permit. They were doing some of the work without a permit. I got a permit for a workshop. That you have since decided they wanted to go ahead and proceed to have this be a second dwelling unit on the property versus platting. We've talked to them about platting, and this is the route they chose to go. Even if they were going to plat, they would still have to rezone because of the lot size. So that is the request tonight, is to rezone to R6, which is consistent with the zoning in the area, and then allow for that second primary single-family home. Here's a closer up. So this is the existing home. It's a relatively small home. And then again, the detached existing garage. They have done some work on the garage already. So you'll see it in a picture here in a minute. They've already enclosed some of the walls. So this was the building plan, building permit site plan that showed what the intention was. Again, if they get approved tonight, then they would change that site plan in order to be a second unit, I'm sure with a kitchen and shower and everything. So the garage is back here. Again, they've already done some siding work. They've already done some interior work. I understand there already are water and sewer lines running into the street, so it already has its own tap. And just some pictures of nursery. This is the Lindamood offices across the street. And more Lindamood. And I'll be happy to answer any questions.
Johnson, am I correct on the photo? The one that's adjacent to the actual red outlined location. Is that the Lindamood operation?
Yes.
Okay, now I know where we're at.
Yes.
You know, I'm very familiar with what happens down there when there's a lot of rain and flooding. And that area always is under flood. So did that come up in the discussion by our P&Z?
Yeah, the front of the property is not in the floodplain. The little bit of the rear property might be. They probably, they're flats. They probably have standing water, but being part of the flooding area, I don't believe is where this is.
Okay, thank you. David.
Oh, John was for here.
Oh, John.
Thank you, Mayor. So on item number 8, or sorry, on the 8th bullet point here, towards the end, it's got something about a court decree for division of the property. Can you speak to that a little more?
I can. I want the owner to do that more because it really is a non-factor in the request tonight, so we didn't spend a lot of time on that. This used to be 2 co-owners. They were doing this together. They had a falling out. They went to court to balance out some of their investments. The judge gave the other owner the back 75 feet of the property and an easement, but none of that was recorded. No ownerships have been transferred. So what we have is the ownership at DCAD and the zoning request today. So they'll have to work through some of their private, fallout of the decree if they need to.
Sure. All right. Yeah, I mean, I'm very familiar with this area and actually this property in particular. I knew the previous residents, not these guys, but the previous one. So, I mean, I can tell you for sure the front of the property does not flood when it rains, although that area is very susceptible to it, as we're all aware. Yeah, I mean, one of the reasons we've been generally against, ADUs or multiple dwellings on a property is just because we don't want to see the sort of unchecked growth and density within existing neighborhoods. That's not something I'm really worried about with this property. And it's a 2-acre property, and it's a very, dense is not how I would describe that area.
Okay. John, and then Adam. David,
Yep,
excuse me.
thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, I agree with John on this. I'd really like us to work on the ADU policy. This 2-acre lots are beautiful down there, and having 2 homes on it is not really that big of a concern, to be frank with you. And it's kind of nice to have those type of properties that you can do that with a family. So I'd really like for us to look at why we deny every time an ADU comes up, and which ones would really make the city better and properties better, so.
Okay, Adam.
Yes, and thank you, Mr. Mayor, and I agree. On this one, I actually went down and walked the property a few months ago now, but it's not really truly like an ADU in the backyard. They both have very similar setbacks to the street in this case, and from what I think the garage is actually larger than the primary residence.
It's pretty close. They're both around 800, 900-ish square feet.
Very similar. It's, so my understanding is that approving it tonight would pave the way for a replat? Is that where she could subdivide it?
Tonight is instead of a replat. So if they want to replat, and that's where the whole court decree comes in as well, which is, again, a separate issue, but they wanted to add the second unit, which normally, of course, single family can only have one, through this zoning case, instead of replatting the lot. Because that was the original, when she came in, we've been doing this for many months with her. When she came in, that was our first thing, is we'll just replat it. And they went through the different iterations, went through the issues they went through, and this is what she wanted to proceed with.
Okay. And the court decree creates a conflict for the replat.
The court decree isn't really consistent because it involves the 75 feet back here and then like a 12-foot easement here, which we've already talked about meeting our platting standards and how that would work. So that's, again, a little bit separate if that's what they want to do.
Okay. And then could you just talk a little bit about the basis of the staff's rejection? It seems like, I don't know what the alternative would be for her to do if it were denied. But.
We would prefer it be replatted. That was, if it is a large lot, and being R6, the lot frontages are 50 feet, we think that would be appropriate if you're going to have a second full structure versus a guest house or an ADU or something like that. And just the consistent message that we've been getting is not to encourage a second unit on a lot.
Okay, thank you.
Luis.
Thank you, Mayor. Well, this is in District 4. Obviously, as David was saying, this is not there's not a real problem with density here. If this were a case where the lot is getting subdivided, everybody would be fine with it. And if anything, the fact that it doesn't get subdivided protects the neighborhood, protects some of the other lots from getting subdivided more easily, right? So that's something that there is an upside there. And, I see the recommendation from staff, but also, I don't have a big problem with the case, so.
Abdul.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just wanted to see that there is developments in Irving where there is a 0-lot development.
There are several.
So in the case of larger lots, without having a density issue, if this has to be developed into 2 dwelling, I think we should, do we have anything, or we talked about that this is coming more frequently these days, that they wanted to have ADUs, right? So do we have any ordinance on the ADU saying that if the lot size is this much or that much, that we are allowed or we are not allowed?
Councilman, we don't. We had proposed ADU standards a couple of years ago. At the time, the direction was we do not want to adopt ADU standards. These are illegal now. They should remain illegal. the size of the lot was not a consideration. Now, if this is approved tonight, I think it would necessarily beg the question, is this an area we want to reconsider? Because what we want to have is consistent standards that we can apply. We don't want to create a situation where everything is a variance subject to uncertain requirements. So if there is a standard that we can apply consistently, we would love to do that. And if this is approved, we should probably have that discussion again.
So there are many homes which has much larger lots than what we generally see in the new developments. So if we allow, because, you know, in Irving, we have a severe issue of housing. The housing prices are going up, and it's not much affordable housing. And I think by allowing these bigger lots, if we have an ordinance in place to allow these lots to be subdivided into smaller lots without having a major impact on the density, I think we should look into it.
Yeah, we actually have an ordinance in place that discourages subdividing large lots. If we have a large lot in a neighborhood surrounded by larger lots, we actually have an ordinance that discourages the subdivision of those lots. So this is a great comment, it's a great question, it's a great public policy discussion, and we have, there have been various discussions about this very issue, and we would love to follow the consensus of the council on this matter.
Well, my only thing is I think we should look into it.
Yeah.
Luis,
No, Mark was before, so he can.
Yeah, thank you, Jocelyn. So, yes, so if this were to be subdivided, you would actually have like a triple flag lot, because the back part is owned by somebody else who's not the applicant, and then the front part is owned by one lady, and you're talking about as an alternative that she could subdivide it, but it would be a flag lot if she did that, if there was going to be a house behind the garage is going to be turned into a house.
So I think it's about 189 feet of frontage. So on R6, you have to have 50 feet of frontage for a lot.
Okay.
So this lot could be 50 feet straight back to probably about here. Of course, this lot would be left, and then this lot here would have to be 50 feet. So the rear one, again, the one that's part of the court order, would be the only flag lot.
Okay.
All of them would have to have frontage to the public street, though.
Okay.
And that'd all have to be 50 feet wide.
So so you could have separate fronts for the garage versus the house for this particular lot?
Right, that's what the plating would do. Every lot has to have access, direct access to a public street.
Okay. And but because of the court order with the partition, then there's an easement, that 12, I think you said 12-foot wide easement?
They
on
have a
the south side?
12-foot wide easement here. They would have to actually put at least a 24 to meet fire lane, and then have to be 50 in order to have that minimum lot width of zoning. That's why we picked the R6, because that was actually the smallest single-family lot width that you could do.
Okay. And what was the reason for the applicant not doing the partition?
You'll have to ask her. She just chose not to. I think she, just in working with the chaos that she was dealing with on this property, this is what she wanted to do for now to get the building permit moving on this building.
So I think it makes sense, as far as the typical rubric, which is if you have a large lot and you can subdivide them into two different R6s, which is consistent with what's going around there, that's the thing that actually fits what we're doing, and we're not like then, and getting into the issues, as far as like, is this like a way to start getting into ADUs, which we don't need to be talking about that, and other density issues. I mean, this lot is large enough, it makes sense for it to be subdivided, and that's probably the way it should be approached.
Luis.
Thank you, Mayor. Just following up on the exchange between Philip and Abdul. I don't think there's a need to revisit any standards. I think we're fine, because we've never seen a case where whenever we have an ADU, it's in a packed neighborhood where we would never subdivide that lot. So, this is something that is more procedural, and the material reality on the ground is not that different one way or the other. So it's pretty simple.
David, and then Abdul.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Luis, I just remember a case we had a few months ago. I think it was about a 1.5 acre lot that the builder was developing his own house and wanted a gym. And as soon as you put a shower in there, we're like, sorry, you can't have a shower in your gym. So there's some things that I just don't think are right for the certain lot sizes we're looking at. You know, the 2 acres, I get it if it's a little bitty lot, you don't want fire access and things like that, but it's something I'd like to look at. And I hate every new council that comes in here and wants to look at things. Philip, it gets frustrating. But at some point, it's, I just look at this case. This would be a great little family compound down there, and I hate dividing up nice lot sizes like this because you never get it back. And that's something kind of special of these things. So that's just my 2 cents.
Abdul.
Quick question. Phillips, if we approve this today, is it open up the door for a discussion to have an ordinance for the certain size lots?
We will follow council's direction.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
This is, these are the idea here clearly for the applicant, because there's separate hookups between the garage and the house, is for them to be 2 totally separate houses. It's not being subdivided for whatever reason.
Yeah, there's a letter of intent in your packet. She talks about it being a guest house. She also talks about possibly renting it out. A typical accessory normally shares the utilities from the main house, so having their separate water and sewer is a little bit different. I don't know if it has its own electric yet or not. Maybe they haven't gotten to that point. But that is a little bit different.
Right, I think there's every indication that that's what this is intended to be, is a separate house, really on a separate lot, that's not created into a separate lot.
Dennis.
Yeah, I agree with Mark. As I looked at this, I will not vote for it to be an ADU. If they separate into 2 separate lots, I will. David, the staff tried to bring us an ordinance, ADU ordinance, and basically it was just told no. But I agree with the fact that, when you got these large lots, we need to have some type of ordinance that allow, people to use those lots of that size. My concern is that we've denied so many of these, and you just brought up one that was a fairly good-sized lot, and we denied it. So if we come along now and approve this one, then I think we kind of set ourselves up. I ain't gonna say for what, but we just kind of set ourselves up. So no, I think that she needs to replat it into 2 separate lots, 2 separate address, 2 separate, because that then again brings me to this question: would it be 2 separate addresses?
Yes.
On the same lot?
It would probably, if you have 2 separate primary homes, it would probably still would be 2 separate addresses for purposes of emergency services.
Okay, all right. Well, I'm still for them subdividing it. Replat it.
Okay, Chris.
Thank you, Mayor. Philip says it on a regular basis, and I fully agree with what he says. We want our zoning to be as predictable and consistent as possible. That helps your residents know when they come in for an application, and staff can walk them through, here's how council has set up your ordinance, or here's how council has looked at these types of variances. And the predictability is very important. So whether it was with ADUs or not having ADUs, a resident can know that this is exactly where we sit as a city. So depending on how you move forward tonight would then be how we would want to move forward, or maybe not want to move forward on any additional thoughts and consideration. Because again, you want to be predictable and consistent as possible.
Okay. Jocelyn, you have any pearls of wisdom on this one?
Oh, no, I'm staying out of it.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, thank you. Next.
Okay, first case. All right, the second case is a fence plan at 2036 Pearl Lane. The request is to have a 7-foot-high wood fence within the side yard setback and reverse frontage lot. Staff found that it does not meet the criteria of Section 1517. No letters of opposition or support. The P&Z recommended approval of 6 to 3. So here's the property at the corner of Pearl Lane, and I'm not sure what the corner, the other street is. Single family, the zoning and notification, Spanish Trail. So the red is where the fence that actually has been constructed. They got a permit for the 15-foot, to have construction at the 15-foot setback as allowed per code, and it was built at the 5-foot setback. So the staff here's the criteria, and staff does not find that any of these are met and don't find any special conditions exist. So this is a property we found in Google between 2015. The fence was on the property line. And so this was removed somewhere after 2015. And
Excuse me,
this is
Jocelyn, I hate to interject, but could you tell the height of that fence back then?
This looks to be a 6-foot.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah. And this is the fence. So we looking at the aerials over the years, kind of where this is dark here, that piece of fence looked like it had stayed for a while, but all of the side fence probably literally fell over and had to be removed. So again, they did get a building permit for the 15-foot line, and it was built at the 5-foot. So this is the subject property. So this is the property in the rear. You do see the new fence here. Traffic did not identify any visibility problems. The garage to this neighboring fence is on the other side of this house. So when they pull out of their driveway, they're not encumbered by the visibility of the fence. And then just a couple of neighboring properties. I'll be happy to answer any questions.
Questions? Okay, thank you.
Next two cases are companion cases. We've talked about these a few months ago, and we're finally moving this forward for your consideration tonight. The first is a comprehensive plan case. These are in Heritage Crossing District. We talk about taking out that northeastern piece north of the railroad. So it's the area bounded by Pioneer, Britain, and the railroad to the south and west. It's currently transit-oriented development. The request or the proposals take it to manufacturing warehouse. Staff recommended approval, no letters in support. You do have a letter that we just got a couple hours ago that you have in your packet from Ms. Walker. It didn't directly address the case. It was more just had concerns about some of the cars in the area. I talked with Shane, and he said that's already a code case. So code is already working that. And P&Z did recommend approval 9-0. So here is our subject area. And again, here's Heritage Crossing, here's the station, Main Street here, the tower here. The current future land use transit-oriented development. Transit-oriented development was put in place for that high-density walkable mixed use that is intended for the Heritage District. Notification, existing zoning. You do note here there are several SP cases. We'll talk about that in the next case, but we are maintaining and holding those SP cases in place. And we did do some pretty extensive public outreach. Staff sent postcards to all of the property owners and tenants in the area. A public meeting was held on April 15th at the Senior Center. It was well received. People were appreciative of the effort that we were going through. We had also put signs out so that people, if they didn't get the notice or if they just worked there and weren't on the mailing list, they would know about the meeting. And again, they were supportive of the process. So here's just an evaluation staff did of the different uses. We do see a lot of auto repair, which is what we expected to see in several different types of warehousing and light manufacturing in the area. So we needed to do this to kind of educate ourselves on what would be the appropriate district. I won't go through this in detail, but just the transition. The plan originally had that higher intensity mixed use walkable, and that's really not what happened here. It's been about 10 years since the Heritage District was put in place. It was done in 2017. 10 years later, nothing's really changed. If something changes in the next 5 to 10 years, we can always rezone it back. But for now, this just helps make the life a little bit easier for the people who are living there or working there. And again, just another evaluation of the existing uses that are still in the area. So the revised plan would show this area as manufacturing warehouse, which will be consistent with the industrial zoning we're proposing in the next case. So the zoning case is 2026-58. There's also a Unified Development Code case because we have to go through the process to remove this area from the regulating plan, which is in the zoning code. So this case is two and in one, so we're removing that area from the development plan, or from the regulating plan, and then rezoning it out of the Heritage Crossing District into ML20 Light Industrial. Staff recommends approval, no comments. In support, again, you have one in opposition, or at least a comment, and then P&Z approval 9-0. Again, the area, so the zoning case is a little bit different because it did remove the areas that are zoned SP. Those did remain. Here's the regulating plan that was adopted in late 2016. Here's the new regulating plan with that area removed. Again, the area, future land use, zoning notification, existing uses. Again, a little evaluation as to how we picked the ML20. It's a little heavier than we would normally have preferred to have picked this close to downtown, but it meets the uses that are there, which are mostly the auto repair and manufacturing. And this would be the map, what it will look like if this is approved tonight. And with that, I'll be happy to answer any questions.
Questions, comments? David?
Thank you, Mayor. Jocelyn, is this the final, what we're voting on tonight?
Yes.
There's no changes in
No.
this one?
No.
Okay. Did anything change after P&Z to make sure everything was all the?
No, not for this one. It was the nursery one where we had a minor change.
It's a nursery one. Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Okay. Next case is 1320 Greenway. It's currently a SC1 RAB for a hotel. This would be a 20-story hotel, which we figured would never get built. Rezoning to SP2 for CO for commercial office to add a research laboratory and the manufacture of pharmaceutical products as principal uses. Staff recommends approval. No opposition or support received, and P&Z recommended approval 9-0. Again, here's the site on Greenway. This, as y'all well know, is a pretty heavily and pretty consistently large office site with big parking lots. This is the area that was supposed to be the hotel that never came to fruition. Future land use is business office. This is consistent with the future land use. Notification and zoning. So the site plan, it is an SP2, so they didn't need to put the building on the plan yet. And so the site plan is essentially the CO office district with the addition of the research lab and the manufacturer of pharmaceutical products. There's some pictures of the area. And I will be happy to answer any questions.
David?
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, thank you. I drive by there every day to get my Fuzzy's tacos, so I know the area. That was going to be a hotel right there?
It was.
How long ago was that zoned?
Oh, maybe 4 or 5 years, something like
Okay,
that.
so someone had come in, looked at it, and felt,
Oh, it was supposed to be a 20-story hotel, alcohol sales, patio or deck pool, the whole thing, yeah.
interesting location, but
Yeah.
I like what they're doing, putting the office building in there, so that's great.
Well, we think this is great because it's also a life sciences use, and that's part of our economic development plan, so we think it's a great first.
Great, thank you.
Abdul?
This is very unique, I would say, case from RAV to CEO, you know. So this is the first time I see this change in my 3 years in council. But anyway, this is good. I think we should encourage more of these in our area, is biosciences, pharmaceuticals, labs, things like that. I think this is a good opportunity for others to follow in and coming into Irving. Thank you.
Yep. Okay, thank you.
Okay. The next case is 3300 Royalty Row, Suite 100. It's currently ML20, wanting to do SP1 ML20 to add indoor recreational vehicle sales, including travel trailers, as a principal use. Staff recommended approval, P&Z no opposition, or public comment, no opposition or support, and P&Z recommended approval 9-0. As you see on the map, this is in the far eastern edge of 114 and 183, kind of in the gateway. It's not in PUD 6, but it's adjacent to PUD 6, just to give you some orientation. So here is the property. Y'all are probably familiar. These are older, smaller, one-story warehouse buildings, and the property owner a few years ago did a change to the PUD district here in order to have the parking lot, and they essentially flipped the frontage of these buildings. So they used to front for Royalty Row, and now, of course, they front 183, they refaced them, and so now they're renting all these spaces out. Future land use commercial, zoning and notification. So here's the site. What the proposal is, they're actually already in place, but they cannot start to sell because they can't get their state license unless their CO matches their state license. So that's why they're going through this process. They describe themselves, and they should be here tonight, I'm sure, as a high-end travel trailer. They don't tend to sell RVs yet. Mostly travel trailers is their product, but you go in, you pick it out, you order it, and you pick it up somewhere else. So that's why everything will be indoors. They will not have like a Camping World where they have all the inventory outside. They will have, you go in and you customize and you pick what you want and they'll build it for you. It is Bruder is the company name. Some pictures of the area. Be happy to answer any questions.
Dennis,
Yeah, I don't have a
that
question.
area you and I know about.
I don't have a question, but remember when we approved all that zoning, 100% improvement as you're coming into the city of Irving from Dallas compared to what it used to be. So I definitely want to thank them tonight for what they're doing.
Yep.
They definitely got my support because this looks a lot better.
Okay.
All right. Good, okay. The last case is actually the North Nursery Plan. I'm going to ask Abraham to come up, and he'll present this and answer any questions, talk about the P&Z's recommendation, which was to exclude Area 7, and I think y'all wanted to go through some of the future land uses, so he'll be able to do that with you.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. My name is Abraham Zorrilla with the Planning Department, and I'm here to present the North Nursery Corridor Neighborhood Plan with PSC recommendation for approval, excluding Area 7. So what we are asking today is for the plan to be added as Section 5 appendices, adopt the neighborhood Nursery Corridor Neighborhood Plan as Appendix 01, and amend the future land use map in multiple locations. Now, Council have any specific area that would like to discuss, or would you guys prefer for me to go through every single area? I'll be happy either way. All right, so a little background. The vision of the residents is for some areas to be developed as community village, which is a vibrant mixed-use area where it promotes pedestrian-friendly environment with the inclusion of residential area, retails, and public spaces. So the first area is at Carl Road at Growler Road. This current area is, the current future land use is compact neighborhood and local commercial, proposing to be changed to community village. The reasoning behind it is to create an entry feature to neighborhood, promote integrated redevelopment, reduce perception of crime with transformation of duplexes on Blackwell Drive. All right, next area, Carl Road at Irving Heights Drive. Current future land use is compact neighborhood. The proposed one is community village. The reasoning is to support potential future redevelopment of the village at the crossroads as either at mixed-use community village or as a reconstructed multifamily complex. All right, Area 3, Austin Street and Beaulieu Street. The current future land use is compact neighborhood. We're proposing to be changed to regional commercial. And the reasoning is to integrate and deepen the commercial lots that front Airport Freeway, spur a more vibrant economy. Next area is Area 4, Britton Road at BNSF. The current future land use is compact neighborhood. We're proposing it to be changed to community village. The purpose is to transition to a walkable mixed-use community that can link to a growing heritage district to the south along Britton Road. Right. Area 5, Britton Road and Pioneer Drive. Current future land use is business/office. We're proposing to be changed to local commercial, manufacturing/warehouse. The reason is to create a buffer between the mixed-use residential designation recommended to the west and the industrial Owens Corning site. Also to remove multi-story businesses, office recommendation from the neighborhood. Area 6, Growler Road at Nursery Road. Current future land use are traditional neighborhood and compact neighborhood. We're proposing to be changed to local commercial and mid-density residential. The reasoning is to preserve the Palms Apartments as a multifamily residential area and to recognize the Michoacana Shopping Center as a local commercial node that supports the surrounding community. Area 7, Pioneer Drive and west of University Road. Current future land uses are traditional neighborhood, business/office. We're proposing to be changed to local commercial and industrial. The reason is because single-family homes along Pioneer Drive across from Owens Corning should be allowed to transition into local commercial uses due to the incompatibility of large truck parking along the street on a regular basis, and to consolidate the land use designation on the Owens Corning site. And as you can see, the recommendation from P&Z for these areas to be denied. Any comments? Area 8, Pioneer Drive at Nursery Road. Current future land use is regional commercial. We propose to be changed to local commercial. The reason being is for no regional access to this area, local commercial supports the surrounding community. Area 9, Rose Meadow, Horwitz, and Holly. Current future land use are traditional neighborhood and local commercial. We're proposing to be open spaces. The reason being is because they're currently parks and open space. And to recognize, there's a pocket park on underside, oddly shaped parcel at Mullins, Holly, and Nursery, and to recognize Rose Meadow and Horwitz parks as permanent recreational assets. Area 10, Nursery Road and Mavis Street. Current future land use is industrial. We're asking to be changed to manufacturing/warehouse. And the reason is to transition between the industrial at Owens Corning and the single-family homes to the east. Area 11, Dory Lane and Rose Drive at Irving Heights and at French Street, north of Union Bower Road. Current future land use are compact neighborhood and local commercial. We're asking to be changed to traditional neighborhood and compact neighborhood. The reason is to preserve the existing density of the streets in question. Yes, thank you. So in this case, what you see in your packet is it's a little mistake that we had. Both areas chose compact neighborhood. In the revised area or slide, we changed it to traditional neighborhood, which is the right future land use that we're proposing. And it will be changed also in Minostrack. The last area is the Nursery Road corridor, where the current future land uses are traditional neighborhood, compact neighborhood, and local commercial. We're asking to be changed to community village. The purpose is to reimagine older multifamily sites at mid-density residential with a walkable mixed-use corridor. I believe this is the last slide for the future land use proposed changes. This is just showing the overall area with the proposed future land use changes. From there, we go into the community priorities overview. Residents and local businesses shape priorities with a strong resident support that reflect their vision for a stronger, safer, and more vibrant neighborhood. These opportunities demonstrate shared expectations and a flexible, partnership-based approach to implementation. While we were very clear with residents and people who were involved in this planning process, is that community priorities is opportunity for partnership with entities who will be able to help us in the implementation process, or even residents who would like to lead this effort. With these community priorities, we identify some items such as community engagement. Some of the projects, of the community priorities or action steps that they identified is, for example, to promote community involvement in schools, encourage residents and property owners to report code violations. Some of the action steps are part of existing projects or activities that the city has currently, so the goal is just to promote it among the neighborhoods. Another item is cleanliness and beautification, which consists of organized community cleanups and report littering incidents to ensure enforcement of fines. Education, some of them, excuse me, the action steps for this item is to partner with the school to support educational programs and to provide resources for after-school activities. Housing and development, educate on residential rehabilitation programs, provide incentive for new housing developments such as neighborhood empowerment zones, and promote ownership opportunities. Pedestrian safety and mobility, one big action plan is to prioritize repairing and replacing sidewalks in high traffic areas such as near schools or commercial zones based on need and available funding. Under parks and public space, create new recreational facilities or improve existing ones to better serve that community and increase police patrols in the park areas as well. This is a big one. Retail and commercial development. Some of the action steps are to provide economic incentives to attract new businesses and support existing ones, provide incentives for upgrading lighting and shopping centers, extend facade improvement grant program into area, create and promote character preservation. We have safety with increased security presence in poorly lit areas, attend community safety forums, and invite others to collaborate on creating safer neighborhoods together. Traffic and transit, one of the action steps is to, for property owners to explore rear lot access through alleys or shared driveways to address parking challenges, increase traffic patrols and enforcement. So managing expectations, again, we talked to the community. We were very clear that this is not a project that the city has to lead. On the contrary, it's an opportunity for partnership between entities, private entities, nonprofits, and the residents, and with the guidance of the city staff, of course. And this is the overall area. I'm here to answer any questions that you may have.
Abdul.
Thank you, Mayor. Just for my clarity, what is community village consist of?
Community village consists a mixed-use area. It could be vertical or horizontal. Per acre, it could be it could be between 20 to 40 units. And the purpose is to provide some pedestrian environment where welcome housing, retails, and public spaces.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor.
Yes, Adam.
Thank you. Just, I know we skipped over it a minute ago, but could you just explain briefly the P&Z's rationale for excluding item 7, or area 7?
Sure. My understanding is that there was a case, not necessarily in this area, north of the rezoning case for heritage. There was a property, maybe Justin could explain better than me, but basically there was a property that was rezoned to commercial, and there was, I guess, some residents that were not happy with that rezoning case. So he brought, one of the commissioners brought this into our attention, and based on that, he thought that since this is one of the areas that have some residential lots, that some property owner wouldn't be happy with this recommendation.
So the sense on P&Z is that they want to keep it residential as it is currently.
So within this area, we have, I believe, a community commercial, we have a CA commercial warehouse, we have a restaurant as well, but in between we have single-family homes.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, any further? Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, item 5, health inspections, risk-based model proposal.
Mr. Mayor,
Yes,
in our agenda, we have two appointments to do tonight.
yes, you're
Yep.
going to be the one nominating.
Well, if there's any comment, we can go into executive session on the people. If there's any
Are you
objections.
recommending or you're asking?
I'm asking if
Okay,
there's,
good.
to the council,
Okay. Anybody have any
it's a
comments?
flood control district and a hospital board.
Good, we're good. You got the ball. Thanks, David. Okay.
Good afternoon, Mayor, Council, staff, guests. Catherine Lynn, Health Inspections Manager for the City of Irving. And today I'd like to provide an overview of the proposed risk-based inspections program and the fee structure that would support it. This is a work session item today, so we're not asking for formal adoption tonight. Instead, we are asking for direction to continue moving forward. There are a few reasons this is being brought forward today. Our inspection workload has grown and changed. The fee structure requires an update due to state law, and we now have an opportunity to align the inspection model, the workload, the staffing capacity, and the cost of service in a way that better supports the entire program. The state is requiring all cities to update how these health-related fees are structured. As we understand it, cities generally have two options. One option is a fee schedule based on the gross annual sales of the food establishments, and the other option is a risk-based model. And both of these options do have state caps on the amounts we can impose. Staff is recommending the risk-based model because we believe it's the better fit for how our program will actually operate. And also, a gross sales-based model would rely heavily on self-reported business income revenue, which would be difficult for the city to independently verify in a practical way. It also does not necessarily connect the fee to the actual inspection workload or the level of public health oversight needed for a particular establishment. This risk-based model will give us a better connection between the fee, the inspection frequency, the complexity of the operation, compliance history, staffing capacity, and overall level of oversight. Not yet.
You may want to continue to advance the slides as you're.
I'm still on slide one.
Okay, thank you.
Sorry. I promised. I know. And I do want to clarify the word risk. I'm not saying anyone is unsafe or that they're not performing well. Risk simply indicates the type of processes that a place may have. See, I promise. And now you threw me off. So today we're asking for direction to proceed with our risk-based health inspection model and the related fee structure. There's a few pieces to this. First, we're asking for support to move towards the risk-based model. Second, we're asking for direction to continue developing the proposed fee structure. Third, we want to align the fees with inspection frequency, the level of public health oversight needed, staffing capacity, and cost of service. And finally, we want to maintain a clear and defensible connection between the fees being assessed and the services we provided. So again, we're not asking for adoption, we're asking if council is comfortable moving with this direction. So why is this being brought forward now? Simply put, our workloads demands are increasing, and the need to align those services with current operations and required fee updates are all closely connected. From an operational standpoint, the health inspections workload has grown and changed. We have more establishments, more temporary events, and more activity that requires health inspection staff time. From a service standpoint, the way we inspect needs to better match the type of establishment we have, the complexity of their operations, and the level of oversight needed for that establishment. And then from a fee standpoint, the state has passed new bills for the fees, and we need to comply with state law. The update is necessary, so staff believes it should support the service model we're trying to deliver. Not just about changing fees, not just about changing frequency, but making everything aligned together. So why do risk-based inspections matter? Fairly simply, because we want to make sure everyone is safe. I'm going to be clear about the word risk. It does not mean an establishment is unsafe. Risk simply means the level of operations that we're working with. The more complex an operation, cooling, doing HACCP plans, which is critical control points for yogurts, if they're making yogurt, which I have a few, need a little more health oversight than a place that has basic food preparation, hot and cold service. As a result, any establishment that presents a greater public health risk due to factors such as those extensive food handling, even higher customer volume, would require a higher level of oversight. The risk-based model allows us to match inspection frequency to those operational factors. So this slide provides a snapshot of our current health inspections team overload. As you can see, in 2025, we conducted 4,772 site visits. Those visits included our routine inspections, re-inspections, follow-ups, complaints, and temporary events. Based on 253 workdays, our team averages about 3.8 site visits per inspector per day. For planning, we're going to use 4. We like nice round numbers. And this number will help us determine the annual capacity for inspector, which is approximately 1,012 per year. The health inspections manager role has become primarily administrative, and the field capacity inspections are carried out by my inspections team. And this is where this comes important. The establishment growth is continuing in an upward trend. In 2018, I had 1,218 establishments. Currently, there are 1,332, and the number is continuing to grow. There are 379 establishments that we would classify as a risk level 3 that have the highest oversight needed. Temporary permit applications are continuing to increase. There were 209 in 2024, 296 in 2025, and as of about an hour ago, I'm at about 94 for 2026. We have a nice big event this weekend. And currently, staff has been maintained at 5 inspectors, despite demand increasing. So just to go over the risk-based inspection program in brief, a level 1 would get 1 inspection per year, level 2, 2 inspections per year, and level 3, 3 inspections per year. Again, this is based on the type of operation they are. So what do we need to deliver this model? Currently, there are 5 field inspectors. The capacity deficit is 1.7, so total inspectors needed would be 6.7. We are recommending to bridge this gap to hire 1 senior health inspector and 1 health inspector. The proposed fee structure. Food establishment fees will be implemented based on the state mandated caps and risk-based inspection criteria. Non-food health fees are structured around a cost recovery model. So that's our child cares and our nursing homes, anything not food related. And then the fee structure purpose, we are aligning the required fee updates with the risk-based health inspection model. That is a mouthful. And the cost of service. So the staffing with the fees all work together to provide a better service to our customers. So the projected staffing cost for this would be $725,518. It's a near full cost recovery and establishes a transparent link between the fees and the services, so we can continue to grow the program. But how does this benefit our city? It helps us become more proactive. Currently, we are on a reactive inspection schedule, and this would allow us to become more proactive. The inspections would be targeted on the attention to places that need a little more oversight. Inspection intervals will happen on a risk level. The higher the level of complexity, the more often you will see us. We will have the ability to address follow-ups, complaints, and events more efficiently. And staff capacity will be supported and operational strain will be reduced. The fees will be connected to the services delivered, and we will be able to build a sustainable and defensible health inspection program. So timeline, today, work session, I'm seeking council direction on the full risk-based health inspection model and fee structure. Based upon today, we will advise stakeholders of the proposed fee schedule. Planned council action is July 30th to adopt the fee schedule. If that is approved, we will file the fee schedule with Department of State Health Services and notify the stakeholders so that it will go into effect October 1st. Staff recommendation is to move forward with the risk-based health inspection model and the fee structure because it will support a more intentional and effective approach to health inspections and ensure higher risk operations receive inspection frequency aligned with their risk level and ultimately create a better city for our residents, visitors, and our businesses. And that's all I have. I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Mayor. And thank you, Kat, for the presentation. Could you give an example of each of the three proposed risk levels, like an example of the type of establishment that would fit in each one?
A risk level 1 would be any of our prepackaged, what we call TCS, time temperature control for safety foods, convenience stores that sell milk. It also covers our donut shops and Pizza Hut, QTs, places that are really heat and serve. Risk level 2 is going to be like Subway, McDonald's, places that are cooking somewhat from raw, but also holding hot and cold. And then our level 3s, that's where you're going to hit the El Phoenixes, the Olive Gardens, the big restaurants that have cooling and maybe sous vide cooking. So their processes become more and more complex, and so they need a little bit greater oversight.
Okay. And how often, so right now we have a one-size-fits-all. They're all getting the same amount per year.
Yes,
How often are we inspecting them now?
Once to twice a year, if we can.
And if someone files a complaint against an establishment, we go out and inspect it based on that?
We go out and inspect the complaint immediately. If it's been a decent amount of time since our last routine, we'll conduct another routine.
Okay. And we would still go and inspect the complaints if
Yes.
they come in under the risk-based model?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, I'm especially happy about that slide that says that this program will cover its own costs. Always like it when the fees can pay for what they are requiring.
We try our best.
So yeah, I mean, I'm in support of this. Definitely want to make sure that we're performing these health inspections. It's very important that we do that, but I think aligning the service model with what's actually needed and what we can provide, I think that's a good way to go. So I'm in support.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Oh, go ahead, Abdul. Go ahead.
Thank you very much. I totally agree with John on this. We need more inspections, and as long as this program is self-sustained, I think this is good. I have been to restaurants in different times and different places. I think they need more eyes to look at what the violations are. You will find many is not, I would call places of neat cleanliness and things like that.
Yes, sir.
So we need to identify those and make sure that they maintain, and they should, otherwise they should more frequently get violations if they don't comply with it. So I'm all for extra inspections and maintaining the quality of food and services in our city. Thank you.
Thank you.
David.
Thank you, John. Thanks, Kat. Can you tell me about how much it costs a restaurant for the inspection fees?
The fees that we're looking at right now, the level 1 would be $258 per year, level 2 would be $515, and level 3 would be $773.
Okay. And just talking to restaurant owners, they actually, I mean, and you probably know it too, they have a love-hate relationship. They do love when you come and inspect them because it makes them better. I guess you know who I talk to all the time, a certain pizza owner. But he says it makes them better and appreciate, he likes once a month, which kind of shocked me. Are you getting feedback like this from the restaurateurs that, what kind of feedback do you get?
I have some that would probably like to see us more often, and I have several that would probably prefer that we just don't come in.
Right.
But we do try to make sure that we're getting to everyone and we're maintaining the same standard for everyone, because it matters. A lot of them, I think it just depends on the day.
Okay.
If they like
And
us
we're,
or not.
we're a pretty big metroplex, so those fees, how do they stack up against a Dallas or a Coppell, or is it all pretty uniform, or what are you seeing out there?
So currently, our fees are based on number of employees.
Okay.
And these fees would actually be at the state cap level because the state has capped the fees. We cannot charge
Right.
more than the 773. And so instead of doing it based on annual gross sales, we chose to do it based on risk because we felt that that was a better, I don't want to say solution, but a better way to do it because someone making the lowest amount may actually have the higher processes.
Right.
So I would say most of the cities around here are probably hitting in the same area, but a lot of them are doing the gross annual.
And that's my other last note was fees by seats or by revenue, or, because you have some places that are big, but still have the same operations as a smaller place.
Yes.
So they'll be in the same risk 3 category, where 758 is a pretty big deal to some of the small ones, but not to the,
So that's why we want to look at it based on their processes, because we feel that the higher the process complexity, the more often you should see us, and that's where the higher fee would go in.
right. And I don't know if there's another component you could put in there with seats.
Not really, unfortunately. We've been given the choice of annual gross sales or risk.
Okay,
We
gotcha.
haven't been given much choice, unfortunately.
All right, thank you.
You have to, excuse me, Todd.
Thank you, Mayor. Answer your question. I have a food establishment in Valley Ranch, and I love it every time an inspector comes because we learn something new and it makes us better every time. Coppell is between $150 to $400 between level 1 to level 3. But if we're not doing those inspections on regular basis, I think Coppell does, level 3 is every 2 months. Level 2 is every quarter, and then every 6 months for level 1. And the best part about these inspections is the education. In most cases, they're not coming with a stick, they're coming with advocacy that, hey, can you guys make these things better? So I really appreciate that.
We'd like to be able to do that, more education, and not be as reactive.
Can we, maybe you're already doing this, but can we do some kind of educational program for restaurants proactively, maybe partner with some other department or something, or with ICTN even?
We can definitely look at that. I know we have a lot of handouts and a lot of things that we send to our restaurants. We've been really working to try to get some of the things on, like cooling and hot holding and the problems that we have seen the most in other languages. We're using FDA. We found them in Hindi and Arabic, Vietnamese. So we're trying to get the information to them. A lot of it is with only 5 staff, the time constraints are there with 1,300 establishments. So
Makes sense.
we are trying, and we can certainly look at some other options.
Something to keep in mind, it might avoid some of the issues and just even food service certificates and stuff. A lot of people don't know they need that. The safe food handling.
Yeah, we always try to educate and give them the time, and if they're brand new, we always give them a time frame to get stuff in. We try to give them everything we can.
Yeah, I've been there. Thank you.
Anybody else? I've got a question, and mainly just to clarify what I'm trying to kind of get a sense of. Our projected staffing cost of $725,518, kind of really specific number, so I'm sure there was a reason you got to that number. But it also says near full cost recovery. Talk to me a little bit about what that means and what's the differential. It doesn't say full recovery.
So the numbers were from Innovation and Performance because they did the workload analysis and the fees. So I would be honest in telling you that Lauren or Taylor would probably be a better person to answer that question very well for you. And I think Lauren's going to come and save me now.
Hello. Yes, Innovation and Performance did an analysis based off of the number of inspections and different permits that they've issued over the last 2 years, and they balanced the current proposed fees against the activity to provide how much it would cost to recover the total cost of staffing for the 7 individuals identified. So included in that is not necessarily every cost that would come from every vehicle and all of the operating expenses in their offices or every supply, but it is definitely their salary and their benefits. Does that answer?
Okay, well, you answered it, but let me take it another step further. Do we have a number of why we came up with the 725 if we're not charging for other ancillary costs? Rather, you just enumerated them, versus maybe getting close to full recovery or recovery? And I'm not trying to pin you down, other than I'm trying to look for how you get to where we want to be at full recovery if we're ever going to get there.
There's just a couple of different things that were included in that, right? So some of these fees have a state cap. So some of those caps prevent us from necessarily saying, okay, we need to increase that to 500 so that we can then get to that complete cost recovery. The other part of that really is that some of the ways that we budget, right, some of those fees are kind of in other parts of inspections, not necessarily fees, but the supplies, the office expenses and things like that. So programmatically, it's a little hard to pull out. It would cost X number of dollars for printer paper for this team. So, but a good chunk of that is because of the fee caps.
Okay, would you take a stab at then saying that on the recovery side, you may be able to be at 70% or 80 or 50?
I think we're close to the 95. We're really close.
It was pretty close.
Yeah.
Say that again, I'm sorry.
Close to 95% for.
Whoa, that's
Yeah, a
great.
good chunk of what they do is that operating staff. It's staff.
Mayor, what we can do is provide you in a read file the listing of costs that are included in that cost recovery model.
Yep.
So that you can see what we included in there.
Yeah, but that's high, and that's great.
Yes.
And I'm assuming that that's because that's how you scaled it, 1, 2, and 3. Am I correct? On some of
Part of it
your
is
levels
how it
of,
was scaled.
enforcement.
I think part of it was how it was scaled, but it's also just looking at the cost recovery we would need and then looking at all of the types, because this is all the fees. This includes child cares and everything. The only area that we had caps placed was on food establishment fees.
Okay, well, thank you. Now I understand, and it sounds good. Go after it, please. Okay, any other this time? Yes, Abdul.
Thank you. Quick thing.
Sure.
I'm sure the purpose of this is to improve the quality of the food facilities and whatnot, right?
Yes.
As far as the franchise businesses are concerned, who have more eyes than just the city inspections, because they do that on a routine basis on monthly or every 2 months or this. But I'm more concerned about the private entities who has small businesses, you know.
Okay.
They would not be able to keep up with the required. So I think we need to increase the frequency of the visits and inspections in those facilities to maintain a good quality of the facilities.
So the way that we've also looked at this is with the risk-based, if we determine an establishment needs more frequent inspections, we have the ability to do that. So that will be part of it as well, is allowing that. We're basing it on their operations right now, but if we see someone and we're like, they need to see us more frequently, we will go more frequently. And we will do what we can to try to help them.
So if we have to receive the complaints, if somebody has to complain, where did those complaints go to?
Those complaints come to the Irving Inspections Department and then get routed to myself. And I have my team out within 24 to 48 hours.
Thank you.
Anybody else? Yes. Chris.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Kat, for your presentation. My apologies for throwing off the groove earlier
Threw me off.
in the presentation, sorry. Just want to confirm with the council that there's a consensus to move forward as presented. Right, very good, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. That was interesting, to say the least. Okay, at this time, we're going to move back to when I jumped ahead of it. It's the opportunity zones. I was in a really, really interesting meeting, I think, this last week with you, Chris, and Philip, and I'm not sure who else was there. But
Beth was
I
there.
thought we were really talking about, I think, something that is very apropos right now.
All right, thank you, Mr. Mayor and Council. Philip Sanders, Assistant City Manager. I'm going to provide you an overview of opportunity zones and a recommendation that we need to make to respond to an invitation. Opportunity zones are a federal program. It's a federal capital gains tax incentive program that incentivizes individuals to invest capital gains in qualified low-income communities or census tracts. It was created in 2017. It was a one-time program meant to last for 10 years. Governors of each state could nominate census tracts that qualified under the program to be considered as opportunity zones. And again, it was designed to encourage long-term investment in lower income communities. It was made a permanent part of the tax code in 2025 with the adoption of the most recent bill. Opportunity zone tax benefits are two parts. First, it provides an opportunity for tax deferral and sometimes a partial exclusion of capital gains tax if it's invested in an opportunity zone. It also provides a complete tax exclusion for increased income that results from an initial opportunity zone investment. It works like this. An investor would realize a capital gain. They would have 180 days to invest that capital gain in a qualified opportunity fund. That fund would then have to invest 90% of their income into an operating business or a project that qualified under the statute. The investor then would receive the tax benefits, either the tax referral or partial exclusion, and the complete exclusion on future capital gains benefit. A number of projects would qualify for this. Residential projects, commercial projects of various and sundry kinds, even partially public projects like hospitals could qualify. These would be new construction, but also existing operating businesses could qualify for a project that would make this tax benefit eligible. So which census tracts are eligible to qualify or to be nominated as an opportunity zone? Under the 2025 program, it must meet either of the following criteria. First, it could be a census tract where the median family income is less than or equal to 70% of the area median income, or you could have a census tract where the poverty rate exceeds 25% and the median income is less than 125% of the area median. Either of those two tests qualify a census tract as being eligible to be nominated as an opportunity zone. Here in Irving, these are the census tracts that are eligible to be considered. That's important. They're eligible, but they're not all going to be designated as opportunity zones, primarily because there is a limit on how many the governor can actually nominate. But this gives you an idea of where those census tracts are in Irving. So how are they designated? Ultimately, we have these eligible tracts. They're nominated by the state governors. Each governor is given the opportunity to nominate up to 25% of the eligible tracts in his state, his or her state. Those are submitted to the Treasury Department, and by the end of this year, the Treasury Department would designate the opportunity zones that have been nominated. They would go into effect January 1 of next year, and then they would be effective for 10 years. And then every 10 years, new opportunity zones would be nominated and considered. So this is a rolling program, and as the census is redone, different census tracts may qualify for the program. So how is it going to work in Texas? The Texas Economic Development and Tourism Office, EDT for short, within the governor's office, will lead the selection process. They have sent out invitations to local communities and have asked economic development organizations to submit eligible tracts in their communities for consideration based on specific criteria. First of all, they want to only consider tracts that are statutorily eligible. That makes sense. Second, they're going to be looking at local support, meaning strong consideration is given to tracts which communities will support through economic incentives, specifically tax abatements, rebates, tax increment financing zones might be a demonstration of local commitment to provide additional incentives besides just the federal program. They were looking at areas that are viable. They want to prioritize sites where private capital can realistically be implemented within the next 24 to 48 months. And then the governor's office is also looking at geographical balance throughout the state. They want to make sure that there's a spread throughout the state, but they're going to give consideration for rural census tracts and also tracts that have been affected by a declared disaster within the past 3 years. So that's the criteria that the governor's office is looking at. So based on that, we assembled a team in the city, our economic development team, our community development teams, Maura with the ICVB, Beth with and her team with the chamber, to determine what would make sense for Irving, given the fact that we're not going to get every eligible tract is not going to be nominated. What would it make sense for Irving to submit to the governor's office for consideration? We came up with 8 tracts that we feel have a decent consideration that the governor could consider. We don't anticipate that all these would get nominated. We don't know exactly how they're going to make their selection process. They've simply said, please submit. They did limit the number that we could suggest. They actually limited it to 70%. We're in Dallas County, and based on the number of census tracts in the county, they said you can nominate up to 70% of the eligible tracts in your city. We haven't gone all the way up to that 70%. It was a discussion about, do you focus on the ones where you think that you have a realistic chance of making a compelling argument, or do you just kind of throw the kitchen sink and hope that they pick the ones that you might hope that they pick? Our approach, our recommendation is more strategic, actually looking at specific census tracts in Irving, providing geographical balance throughout the city, but focusing on areas where we think there's a realistic chance that we could compare well as the governor's office is reviewing nominations. These are the 8 census tracts. I'll go through each one of them and kind of give you our rationale and what our thoughts are. The first one is the census tract 20100. It's east of Loop 12, going from really north to south. It includes the PUD 6 area. It encompasses portions of Council Districts 4 and 5. This would be our priority tract. If we could only get one, this is probably the one we would say, Governor, please consider this one. Based on the fact that we have the area in PUD 6 that creates a realistic opportunity for significant capital investment. You've got a lot of vacant land there that's prime for development, and it creates an opportunity. In addition, the area of east of Loop 12 has a lot of opportunity for redevelopment. You've seen the 2 edge data center projects that have been built there on the east side of Loop 12. And so there's a real, I hate to use the word opportunity over and over again, but this would be the priority that we would recommend submitting to the governor's office. The second would be this tract in the Heritage District. It's south of the TRE rail. It goes from Loop 12 all over to MacArthur down to 6th Street. And again, when you nominate an area, you have to pick the entire tract because that's the eligible area. This encompasses our Heritage District. We have a number of vacant pieces of property that we own. If we're trying to encourage reinvestment in the Heritage District, we want to make sure this is included in the nomination. The next one is the Plymouth Park area along Irving Boulevard. Plymouth Park was a shopping center years ago that is mostly demolished at this point. There's a lot of vacant land that, if the right opportunity came along, could be a great project, and having an opportunity zone designation that encompasses the Plymouth Park property would be valuable for the city. Next, we're looking at the area at 183 and Beltline that encompasses Irving Mall. Irving Mall has long been considered a priority site in our comprehensive plans, our economic development strategic plans, and having Irving Mall as part of an opportunity zone designation would be advantageous for the city as well. The next two are kind of putting these together. It's south of Beltline, south of 183, where the new extension of Conflans Road goes through the middle of it. Having that Conflans extension, I think, creates potential for development in this area. In addition, we've seen a couple of economic development projects recently that have occupied space in some of the warehouse developments occurring in this area. So we wanted to make sure, I think this is a good area to include. And finally, we included the two census tracts in Valley Ranch. There's not much north in Irving. These are really the only two eligible tracts in the northern part of the city. We want to make sure there was good geographical representation throughout the city, so we recommended including these tracts. Frankly, redevelopment will be more of a challenge here, but if a project did come up, we would want to make sure that this part of Irving is represented in our nominating packet. So there's a timeline, there's a clock. We are on a clock. We're presenting this to you now with the intent, we're asking for your consensus on the recommendations that we would submit. On June 25th, we would actually put a resolution on the council agenda. It's not required, but we would certainly want the council's endorsement of what we submit to the governor's office. And then the deadline for submitting to the governor's office is the next day, June 25th, where we would submit the application project, which is really a spreadsheet with a bunch of information you have to fill in. And we're also collecting some other letters of support to support our application that we'll submit along with that. And then by August 3rd, the governor's office has indicated they want to be complete with their review and submit their nominations to the Treasury Department so they can review them. So at this point, Council, what I'm asking for is a consensus on what our recommendations are. If there's changes to that, we certainly are open to your feedback and would be happy to answer questions.
Thank you, Mayor. Phillips, just question on this. I see some of the tracks are in District 3, which is very ideal for because of the vicinity of airport,
Yes.
DFW. That reminds me of another track which is owned by DFW. Mayor, if you allow, we could reinitiate that discussion to put that into this category so that at least we will have some governor's input in making use of that 110 acres which is vacant adjacent to 161. So what do you think of that, Phillips?
I'm trying to, this is really not showing.
That's going to be right, a little bit further to the right, a little bit further right, just to the left of District 7.
It's right here. You're talking about the and the mouse? Okay. Oh, there, look at that. That's right here. You're talking about the noise mitigation properties?
Yes.
Yeah, those are right here. And they really straddle two census tracts, this one that ends in 14147 and then 14148.
Yeah.
Everything on the other side of 161 is airport property, but this side does include those vacant tracts, which are also owned by the airport.
So those tracks are included in, but
We're not included on a recommendation, but if that's the will of the council, we can add those. We had focused on ones that we had initially identified, but again, we want the feedback from council.
yeah. So my rationale on this is, you know, we are running out of land in Irving. That's for sure. There is not much vacant land available. So whatever the availability is there, I think we should seriously consider to acquire. So with that in mind, I think this 100 acres, 110 acres are available. You had the discussions with the DFW in the past. They are willing to do it, but if we get some incentives from the state to consider in this program, I think we should.
Yeah, it's a matter of just adding those to the nominating recommendation. That would be the two census tracts we'd have to add.
Thank you.
David.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Philip, I've not seen your application on this. Are we going to rank this for the governor as well, or?
Yes. I think it would be helpful if we ranked them. I've indicated that certainly the one on the east side of Loop 12 would be the number one
Yes.
recommendation. I think the Heritage District and Plymouth
Yes.
Park are certainly important.
In the Irving Mall District.
And the Irving Mall District. Those would probably be the top priorities.
Top three, and we're gonna let them know how, they'll have the numbers, but are we gonna try to limit it to 25%? Or are we pushing a little bit more?
I mean, we can go up to 70% of the 26 tracks, so that's about, what, 18? We could include 18 tracks in our nomination.
Is that a bad thing for the nomination, in your mind?
I don't know. It's simply a matter of including and collecting information to justify those additional tracks to be included.
Right.
I did talk to the governor's office. They said if you include priorities, they will certainly pay attention to that as they review them.
Because I wouldn't mind submitting them all, to be frank with you.
Right. We can go up to 18.
And if the priority list is there, us prioritize them.
Yeah.
Just because it's such a great development tool from the federal government.
Right.
This is a federal thing, not a state thing. And I don't know if that's an option, because I didn't look at the application that y'all have, but
Yeah, it's,
I don't want to overwhelm them and say lose everything. At the same token, I don't know how they're going to make their decision process.
Well, that was the balance, is trying to figure out, okay, what if I'm sitting in that chair, am I going to look at each one of these? Which ones are really going to rise to the top, considering I can only nominate 25% of the ones statewide, and I'm already going to give special consideration to rural areas and areas affected by disaster. So I don't think we're going to get 25% of these.
Right.
But, I mean, 8 of 26 is 30%. We've probably nominated a little over. I mean, if the governor were to say each city gets 25%, we're probably at that cap. But, again, it's not going to be even Steven across the board.
Sure. I just want to make sure, because I would like to see all of them on the list and send down to them. Here's our tracks, and if they don't select it, then, but at least we asked.
Right.
Understood. But I don't want him to look at us and say they're doing too much.
Right. I asked that question.
I just don't know the political aspect
Yeah,
of it.
I asked that question in the governor's office, and they said, well, there's two different ways of looking at it. They said nominating more than you think you'll get doesn't hurt you per se.
Okay.
As long as you are clear in your application what your priorities are. What we don't want to do is just throw the kitchen sink and then let them
Right.
try to figure it out.
But I think you're on the right track with the priorities of what you just said, 1, 2, and 3 right there.
Yeah.
And then just keep laying them in. I wouldn't mind sending the whole stack in.
Okay. So that would be adding, I guess, up to 18 is what that's the max we can do, is 18 of these 26
Right, and just
tracks.
prioritize from staff on the,
We can do that.
we can tell you our top 3 priorities that you already named. I can't speak for everybody here, but those would be the 3 that we've been concentrating on for a long time.
Okay.
Okay, Adam?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, I agree with David's recommendation on that. If it doesn't hurt us politically to nominate them all, then we can go according to your priority. My question is, we're prioritizing commercial development
Yes.
with this program, but there's obviously these census tracts cover a lot of residential as well. Are there any ancillary benefits to residential? Like what does that look like?
That's certainly an eligible project. I think in order to make and Diana, I don't know if Diana's here, she's dealt with this in another city and talked to people that actually submitted these. I think there's a minimum amount of capital investment that you want to see in order to make this worthwhile for an investor. And it's pretty high, which is typically going to push you toward a commercial project. Did I get that right, Diana? Yes. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. We don't need to get into the details right now.
Okay, Mark.
Yeah, I agree with those priorities that you came up with, and if it doesn't hurt us to include the other properties, that's your understanding, is it doesn't hurt us.
That was my understanding, as long as we provide the governor's office clear instructions as to what our priorities are.
So then, so we would and we describe why do we support our reasoning for those priorities?
Yes.
So then we're going to have 3 priorities, the top 3 here?
I mean, from initially looking at this, I think the one on East Loop 12, Heritage, Plymouth Park, Irving Mall are the top three priorities. The others, certainly, I would probably say Valley Ranch is lower because the opportunity is not as high. I think you're going to have a more realistic chance of capital investment that somebody could benefit from in the area south of 183 along Beltline. That's initially how I'm looking at it. Now, if we want to add more, for instance, Councilman Kabir, you mentioned the ones there on Valley View, or 161 on the east side of 161. And if we're going to nominate up to the maximum we can, we could include those and take a look at some of the others and go up to the maximum.
The priorities here, we have good reasoning for why we're making those our
Yeah.
priorities, and so it's more of a compelling argument.
Yeah.
Yeah, I agree.
Keep in mind, excuse me, go ahead, Luis.
If you can, if you're going to follow up, that's.
Thank you. It talks to the types, and that's a critical one, I think, as you try to lay out your mosaic of how you're ranking. I know, Philip, because we talked a little bit. When you look at housing, commercial, which is also office and retail, hospitals, hospitality, industrial, manufacturing, farming, I'm not sure where we farm anymore around here, but it's here. And so when you start to look at what jumps out at you, obviously the first 2 and 3 that you already enumerated are very much in that area where you've got that ability to say, this is why we ranked it 1, 2, and 3. But there's an interesting one, and I think, Abdul, you're on something. I'm not sure I know what it all is, but I think I'm reading you. And so I'm agreeing with you on one thing, because the only question that I have is on that area that is blue and then where the Confluence area is, because what's interesting down there is they've brought that area in with that beautiful bridge that we put there.
Extension, yeah.
So there's something to be said about that, and maybe we leverage that as one of, because if I'm thinking quickly, you know, the kind of the pearl in this whole process is the one on Loop 12, PUD 6.
Mm-hmm.
The next one is, we've put a lot into the Heritage District and we're not done. So that's another slide. And then you look at, okay, what are the other, well, obviously, the other 3 or 2 that we might have. Then you have 2 outliers, and one of them you and I know very well with those, because those are those Section 8 apartments up there that we could do a lot with vis-a-vis housing. So that may play. And then you start to look at the Confluence one. So there's reasoning to put all of them in there and rank them and then explain it, because I know that's what you're going to do. I know that's why you laid it out this way. But I wanted my fellow councilmen to understand that we've got areas where it could work, but we're going to have to be smart and really put our best foot forward, so to speak, or our best opportunity zone forward. Because it's going to be interesting, because it's also going to be looking at what's the viability, what's there now, how can it be built upon, and what's the future of it. So that's my input to what it's at. Okay, Louis.
Thank you, Mayor. Well, obviously, that track 201 making a full, maybe third of District 4 an opportunity zone doesn't sound too bad. That's pretty cool. But of course, it is a very wide area. And, you know, it has a little bit of everything from residential, some truck repair shops, light industrial, you have the data centers, and then you have PUD 6. So what does this look like for all those different uses or areas? Because, you know, it would be suboptimal if all the investment went to that northern part and then, you know, we didn't take advantage of, you know, the full tract getting that incentive. So if you could elaborate a little bit on that.
I'm going to elaborate and tell me if I'm getting off the track here. The investment comes from the private sector. You'd have to have a group set up a qualified opportunity fund, and then individuals that would invest their capital gains into that fund. And then it would be up to whoever controls the fund to look around for opportunities to invest to get the tax benefits for those who have invested. So that's largely driven by the private sector.
Right. So My understanding is that this federal program is designed for low-income areas. And in this case, we have a precinct where, yes, there's an area that qualifies, but that includes what was going to be, regardless, a very high-end potential development. So it's something where, it's sort of included in that, but it's a little bit different. So that's where, I think you understand what I'm saying. We're going to have something that the program originally wasn't designed for. And how does that affect the...
The census tracts are designed, they're established when they do the decennial census. They develop these tracts. They're primarily trying to identify areas of roughly equal population, then they provide demographic data about who's in there. And so this one's very large because you have a very small group of residentials in there, which meets the income requirements. But then the tract boundaries were drawn in such a manner that it encompassed these other areas that are clearly not residential in nature. And frankly, that's an advantage to the city in this case, where we have an area, if it was standalone, it might not. Or if the census tract boundaries were drawn differently, it might not be included. But the fact is, the way the federal government drew them, it is. And I think that's an advantage for us.
Yep, well, that sounds good. I appreciate it. Yeah.
Anybody else have any comments? Yes.
Yeah, the only comment I have is actually the question about looking at the 161/183 Confluence Road area. Would that even be viable when you really look at that? Because it's two separate zones, but one of them is mostly just a floodplain.
There is the option to, Bear Creek does go through, there's a wide floodplain associated with that. There is still some land that is outside the floodplain, plus there's land that's recoverable from the floodplain. How much, I don't know. So it's that opportunity or the potential of taking some of that property and making it developable, but also what we've seen in terms of economic activity along Beltline south of 183. There's active investment in those warehouses from pretty substantial business investment in there that we're seeing.
Okay, and then I guess the other one, the one there on the right, on the east side of 161, which is predominantly just residential up until you get to Pioneer, high-dollar residential. So would that even meet the requirement for the low income?
It does. It
really?
Meets the requirement. Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, every one of these that we've included in the nominating our recommendation meets the requirement. All these that are blue and red meet the statutory requirement.
Philip, as you're going through the process with your team, I think one of the key things that I see that's going to be, and I think, David, you were getting there, and that is the private sector. You got to get them involved. Where is going to be a focus that they would like to maybe put that kind of money, take the tax credits and do all the things else? And that's going to be another piece that I know you're thinking about it. That's got to be a critical opportunity for us to then utilize this as a way to get and build up some of our areas that we want to do it with. So, it's interesting because it's almost, I hate to put it this way, it's a way to get some of that billionaire money down here for help some of the low-income areas. It's that simple. Okay, Philip, go get it.
What I'm hearing as consensus is these tracks, yes, but nominate more if you can, up to whatever the maximum they'll allow us to send forward, and then make sure that we prioritize them. That's what I'm hearing. Okay. All right.
Okay.
Thank you.
Everybody good with this? I think it's opportunity, obviously. Oh, it's called opportunity zones.
It's an opportunity for an opportunity.
Right. Thank you, Philip. Okay. I think we are at a point where we have completed everything except the last one is item 6, overview of employee pension plans.
Yes, Mayor, this is a push from our May budget and strategic plan review, and so we'll be covering some of the topics that we weren't able to cover then in our work sessions over the next couple of meetings.
Oh, we got Brett on this one. Okay, Brett.
Evening, Mayor and Council. Thank you for the opportunity to talk about pension plans. Oh, let me find it. Uh-oh. Well, excuse me, I'm gonna have to go dig for it just a minute. Do what? Okay. There we are. Thank you. All right. Afternoon, Mayor and Council. Brett Starr, Chief Financial Officer, here to talk to you with a brief overview of employee pension plans. The city offers 3 employee pension plans. 2 are open to general government and police civil service employees. That would be the Texas Municipal Retirement System, or TMRS, and our supplemental benefit plan, which is Irving only, SPP. I'm going to hit you with a lot of acronyms, so I'm trying to be disciplined and call them out the first time they appear, but you're going to see a lot of different 3 or 4 letter acronyms. We have one plan that is open to fire civil service employees, the Fireman's Relief and Retirement Fund, FFRF. The city issued pension obligation bonds, or POBs, in 2021 and 2022 to refinance our existing liabilities of our 3 pension plans. The way we've explained this to the non-financial general residents is that we refinanced the house. We had an existing liability. We were able to get a better interest rate and save money by issuing the pension obligation bonds and refinancing that debt. We'll talk about that in particular. I also want to point out the city does not participate in Social Security. I'll speak to that, but the supplemental benefit plan is intended to replace Social Security as a pension vehicle for employees. The big one is the Texas Municipal Retirement System, TMRS. It's a statewide hybrid defined benefit retirement plan for full-time employees of participating municipalities, of which there are 940 member cities. It provides retirement, disability, and death benefits, was established and is governed by state law. The TMRS Act places the administration of the plan with a 6-member governor-appointed board of trustees. Each city has a separate TMRS account, so they're not commingled. We contribute to our own account, and our required funding contributions are based upon the performance of our investments in our own separate fund within TMRS. The contribution and benefit options for TMRS are limited by state statute, and it is not fiscally dependent on the state of Texas for funding. It's funded entirely by member city contributions and their employee contributions. Just some of the plan provisions. The employees of Irving deposit 7% of their checks to fund the Texas Municipal Retirement System, and we match that 2 to 1. There's a 5-year vesting requirement, and to retire, you either have to reach age 60 at 5 years of service or any age with 20 years of service. And we do annuity increases to the retirees at a 30% of annual change of the Consumer Price Index, or CPI. As of 2024, there were 1,309 beneficiaries and retirees drawing TMRS benefits. We have 825 inactive employees that are entitled to but are not receiving benefits, and 1,647 active employees for 3,781 employees enrolled in TMRS at this time. This is a look back, TMRS contributions and budget from 2021 through the current year. You can see in 2021 we were budgeting $16.7 million, and of that the general fund budget was picking up almost $13 million with a contribution rate of 14.93%. If you'll remember, it's a 2 to 1 match, so the employees are contributing 7%, cities contributing 14%, but the actual amount that we contribute each year is actuarially determined by independent actuaries, and so that amount changes. And so what you'll see here in 22-23, our contribution rate drops from 14.52 down to 10%, and that is the result of the pension obligation bonds being used to fully fund TMRS. The remainder is what is called the normal cost, and that is just the ongoing cost that we need to add each year for current employees, contributions to as they are paid every 2 weeks. Their contributions go in, we match those contributions. That is our calculated percentage. 10.02 in 23, 10.35, 10.31, 10.75 in the current year, just received the notice after I created this presentation that next year's rates could be closer to 10.35. So that does save some money in the budget. So that's nice. The second plan we have is a supplemental benefit plan. Unlike TMRS, this is only for Irving employees. On January the 1st of 1983, we withdrew from Social Security, and on March 1st, 1984, we adopted the supplemental benefit plan that is available to all full-time regular employees eligible to participate in TMRS. They're also eligible to participate in this plan. So general government employees, police, civil service, but not fire civil service. What the SBP provides is service retirement, disability retirement, and survivor benefits. And the SBP board is responsible for administrating the plan. It consists of 9 members. 5 are active city employees who are contributors to the plan and are elected at large from among city employees. The other 4 are designated by the SBP plan document. That includes the chair of the City Council Audit and Finance Committee, the chief financial officer or his or her designee, the human resources director or designee, and the city attorney or designee. Looking at the plan participants as of 2024, we have 496 retirees, 1,122 inactive employees entitled to but not receiving benefits. I didn't explain this with TMRS, but basically if you retire or you separate from the city and you don't withdraw your funds from SPP, you are eligible to have that amount that you contributed as a pension when you reach 65 years of age. You can elect to start your contribution. So there's a lot of people that have time in with the city that have not withdrawn their payments and are going to get that eventually when they do reach retirement age, that they can activate the fund. And there's 1,648 active employees for a total of 3,266 participants in SBP. So you can see here the breakout of city contributions. 2021, we were contributing $2.5 million of the budget each year, of which just under $2 million was general fund budget, a contribution rate of 2.35%. Jump forward to 22, 23, you see the effect of the pension obligation bonds. City's contribution rate drops from 2.35 to 0.78, and it's held fairly steady through the next few years at about 0.75%, or about 0.75%. We do not have the actuarial information for either SPP or the fire fund at this time. We're expecting that by the end of the month. The Fireman's Relief and Retirement Fund is a defined benefit pension plan for full-service fire civil service employees. It is governed by what's called TELFRA, the Texas Local Firefighters Retirement Act. It was passed in 1937, and the city plan was established in the early 1940s. We tried to go back and dig. It was at 1942, 1943, somewhere around there. But what is interesting is this plan predates the creation of TMRS in the 50s, and so we had this this pension plan for firefighters only before the rest of the city's employees were covered by TMRS. And so a lot of younger cities than Irving, they don't have a separate fire plan. They are all their employees are covered by TMRS. They have 254 retirees and beneficiaries, only 13 inactive employees that are entitled to but not receiving benefits, and 419 active employees for a total of 686 participants. The Fire Administration Board has 7 voting members. 3 are active fire civil service employees who contribute to the plan and are elected at large by the fire employees. 2 are Texas residents who are not officers or employees of the city or any other political subdivision. And 1 is the mayor's designated representative, currently the HR director. 1 is the city's chief financial officer. Similar issue here when you look back at what the impact was on the fire fund. We were contributing 20.25% in 2021 for a rate of $6.8 million. General fund budget 6.48. There's some firefighters that are grant funded, and there's special revenue funds, so it's not a one-to-one match. And again, you can see the difference when the pension plan was put in place. We dropped from 22.6% down to 13.4%, and we've been underneath that rate, the 13% rate, for the last 2 years. Structurally, the way the plan is designed and the way it works out is if the total rate of contribution is below 26%, the city and the firefighters split that amount equally. So if it's at 24%, we contribute 12, the firefighters contribute 12. Anything above 13%, the firefighters are capped at 13, and the city makes up the difference. And so we got as high as 26% projection just on the city side, with another 13% coming from the firefighters. But once we sold the pension obligation bonds, we dropped it down so that we were contributing equally, and that was one of the reasons we elected to not fully fund the fire pension, but to establish that rate at parity with the firefighters, so we're both contributing the same amount. The pension obligation bonds, we issued them in 2021 and 2022 that refinanced the existing liabilities of the city's 3 pension plans. At the same time, both the SPP and the firefighter fund created a second tier of retirement benefits for employees hired after the change to improve the long-term financial sustainability of both plans. The net pension liability for TMRS and SPP were fully funded, while the firefighters were partially funded. It worked out to about $80 million in funding for both issues. Each year, the city's contribution rate for each plan is set by the actuarially determined contribution, or ADC. In the past, we were trying to make sure that there was some parity, that what we were contributing to general government employees and police was equal to fire, and those amounts were not in balance with what the needs of the funds were, and that's a little bit of how we got out balanced. By following the ADC rate for all 3 of our plans each year, that ensures we're providing adequate funding for all 3 plans. And how adequate is our funding? You can see here the years and amounts that are blocked out. That was the time we issued the pension obligation bonds. You can see our liability for TMRS dropped from $37 million down to 0. For SPP, it dropped from almost $17 million down to 0. And for the firefighters, it dropped from $86.6 million down to $50 million in net pension liability. And then it didn't stay 0, because each year the amount of the investments in each plan go up and down with the market. And so we immediately funded the plan, and we had a down market. And so the pension liability jumped back up to $50 million for TMRS. And then the year after that, investments approved. It went to an $11.1 million liability. And for 24-25, we actually have a net pension asset of $19.8 million in TMRS and a net pension asset in SPP of $1.5 million. So those are good numbers to have. Shows that we are right on target with our pension funding. And those net pension assets, we do a 5-year smoothing so that we're not immediately reacting to highs and lows in the market. We make it more normal as we go forward. And so the rate next year will take into account, hey, we had a net pension asset last year, but we also had some net pension liabilities from the year before, which smooths it out. So want to say we were very financially prudent with how we structured our funding of the plans. The pension obligation bonds are working. We also created a reserve fund because we knew dumping $160 million into the pension funds would make them more susceptible to swings in the market because we just have more money invested. So we created a pension reserve fund that we have available, about $9.3 million across all 3 funds that would allow us to, in a pinch, draw that money down to supplement our contributions to each of those plans. We have not had to do that to date. We fully funded that plan this year. We'll probably have it in place for many more years, and then at some point in the future, when the risk has dropped and we're getting towards the end of our pension liability funding, that money could be repurposed and sent back to the operating funds where they contributed to it for use for any lawful purpose. They're not. It's not something that we're required to do by the pension bonds or by the rating agencies or by the Texas, any state organization that oversees our pension plans. It's something we did as a fiscally prudent measure to ensure we had extra funding available. Any questions?
Thank you, Brett. Definitely appreciate that. And there was a lot of risk, I think, with not issuing those pension obligation bonds, but we were able to secure such low interest rates compared to what the expected rate of return was, that overall for all of our pension obligation bonds, if I remember correctly, we are saving over a 20-year period, along with the term diminishing over what it was from a pretty extensive term. We're saving $125 million over the same 20-year period.
Yes.
So it was definitely an appropriate move and really set us up well. And I appreciate the great investment strategies from TMRS and SPP in putting us in a net positive assets allocation for this year, and hopefully that continues. Thank you.
Well, not to leave the firefighters out, but their investment strategies over the last 2 years have been in excess of their target for the first time since the fund was established. Well, in recent records, as far as we can go back.
Great
So the first
news.
time in 20 years, we've had positive returns over 8%.
Love it. Thank you.
Any comments or questions from anybody? One of the things I really want to, I think, just take a moment to let our members know that I was really pleased to sit in the bond meeting a couple of days ago with our 2 rating agencies. And what really came out of that was how positive they were. And they said something that I wanted to really have you get a real sense of, because I think it's a real kudo to our team. They said, in comparison to many of the other cities, Irving really that's why, and I'm going to give my words to it, that's why you have a AAA bond rating. And to me, that was a really, that was surprising they even admitted that. I thought that was really a kudo for us. And I had a chance to talk to the one other fellow there on the second the fellow named, I think it was Chris. He was big on cyber. I mentioned that to you, that's kind of something they're starting to look at as they're looking at, are these cities and some of the, on the bond rating, they're starting to take that into some level of consideration. And they're looking at what is the Fed going to do. So it just, those 2 things really jumped out at me. Chris, I hope you don't mind me kind of opening it up to have you all have at least a peek view of something that I was really pleased I was able to be there to hear it and see it. So that's good news. Feel good about us. So thank you. Brett, thank you. That's a great kudo to you and your team. So do we have anything else, Madam Secretary, that I'm not doing right or not doing at all?
No, sir.
Okay. Well, I think we've completed our agenda for the day at this point. Enjoy. We've got a little under a couple of hours before we meet at 7 o'clock. So enjoy your dinner. Thank you.